and officials on the platform. It is now 8:30, and the meeting is scheduled for this time, and my name is Derek America. I am the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works. I wish to extend a hearty welcome to all the members present, the support staff, the HOD, the minister, and all the officials that in this particular meeting, as well as guests that we may have on the platform. Welcome to this all-important meeting that will deal with the following items on the agenda. Firstly, we're going to consider the additional adjustment appropriation bill. We're going to deal with that first. Secondly, we will then have a presentation or a deliberation on the main appropriation bill for 2022-23, and thereafter we will consider the reports flowing from those two, one, the additional adjustment appropriation bill, and secondly, the Western Cape appropriation bill. And then after we will then deal with in-house committee matters. So colleagues, that is basically the agenda for today. And I hope that we will have fruitful engagement with each other and get the clarities and explanations that we so desire. Could I just ascertain from Johan, the procedural officer, whether we are corrected? Johan?
Morning, Chairperson. Morning, members, officials from the department. Chairperson, that's right. We may proceed.
Thank you, Johan. Could I then ask the members for the record to introduce themselves, please?
Morning, Chairperson, to the Minister and his delegation and to the rest of the members of the committee. I'm Lulama Mvimbi.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chair. Matloli Maseko, member of the Standing Committee.
Any other members?
Good morning, Chairperson. Morning, Chairperson. My name is Nomi Nkondlo, and I'm an alternate member to this committee. Thank you.
Any other members present?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Andrikus van der Westhuizen, member of the Standing Committee.
Thank you. Any other members present on the platform? Seems as we have a full house. Welcome, members, and thank you for those introductions. Johan, do you have any apologies that you may have received? Because I have received none.
No, Chairperson, no apologies.
Thank you, Johan. Now, members, this meeting is conducted on the MS Team platforms, and we are, by now, after 2 years, we are fully conversant with the rules of engagement on this platform. This meeting is also being aired live via YouTube feed, which any interested party, persons, institutions, stakeholder may tune in and follow our proceedings. For the guests who are on the platform who may not be familiar with our rules of engagement, is one that they may not participate in the meeting until they are requested to do so, and if they are requested to do so. And I would urge the guests to, if they wish to participate, have to indicate to do so at the appropriate time when requested to do so. So we have our technical team on the platform in the form of Siam Hassan and Candice Tractor. So if the members may experience technical problems during the course of the meeting, they are on standby to assist them. However, I may state that we are not responsible if members have bandwidth problems, and that it is entirely up to the member to, resolve. Furthermore, all our members on the platform, as well as guests and participating officials, at the start of the meeting, all of us are muted, and when you are engaging in the meeting, you may switch on the video and your mic, of course, and I would certainly request that after having provided your sort of input, that you do mute your mic. And we would like to encourage guests to ensure, and all participants on the platform, that their mics are at all times muted if they're not participating in the meeting, to eliminate any possible background noise. If you wish to raise any point and you want to bring it to my attention, there's a function on the platform where you can raise your hand and alert me to your urgent need to raise a particular point. Colleagues, let me just lastly, also, remind us that we are bound by the directives of meetings on virtual platforms, on electronic means. That was ATC on the 17th of April 2020. And these particular directives that guide us in terms of how we need to conduct ourselves in the meetings, and also how to engage with each other. And certainly, as I was saying initially, that we are well conversant with those guidelines. And lastly, colleagues, unfortunately, for this particular meeting, we do not have interpretation services available. But and therefore it would be appreciated if we conduct the meeting in English as a medium of communication. But should there be an urgent need for a colleague to express himself in one of the other two official languages of the Western Cape, I am not going to prevent you from doing so, because on our platform we have able people who can translate whatever language that all of us may not be conversant with. So without further ado, let me welcome the Minister. I see Honourable van der Westhuizen. Before I proceed, you have a raised hand.
Apologies, Chair. That's a legacy hand from the introductions. My apology.
Okay, thank you. So without further ado, colleagues, may I use this opportunity to formally again welcome the Minister on the platform, as well as the HUD and a posse of staff, and I'm not going to request all of those introductions to take place, because there are quite a number of staff present, and if we are going to do that, we will probably just have introductions for another half an hour. Safe to say, after we have the Minister and the HUD, introducing themselves, the HUD may wish to identify key individuals that may be of relevance to an immediate mention on who's present on the platform, and I would encourage the HOD to do that, particularly senior staff. So, colleagues, with that said, let us hand over to the Minister. If the Minister wishes to, make the necessary sort of introductory remarks. Mrs. Mitchell, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, members of the Standing Committee, the HOD and officials of the department, members of the public, and then if there's any media online. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity to brief you this morning. We welcome this opportunity of discussing both the adjustment budget as well as the appropriation budget for 2022-2023 and responding to your questions. The Standing Committee from previous engagements are generally familiar with the budget flexibility and a wide range of activities of the department and the requirements and knowledge that makes this interaction between the committee and the department particularly useful. Chair, it goes without saying that budgets must be seen against the backdrop of the context sketched by my colleague, the Minister of Finance on Monday. He highlighted a number of macro-level challenges facing the province in the present climate. In addition, we all would have noted that the Premier's vision for the shape of this government, as set out in the SOPA, with specific implications for the Department of Transport and Public Works. A combination of the broader challenges and the reshaping of parts of the government will require budget flexibility. Chair, only time will tell whether the setting aside of certain programs as priority allocations and the approval now required for variants from programs 2 and 3 of the 2022-2023 budget will allow for the necessary flexibility. Chair, we are very conscious of the tragic developments in parts of Europe. Apart from the human tragedy being played out in the world to see, we cannot afford to ignore the implications of the international financial markets and the supply chain systems. It will take significant, clear management to limit these impacts on the Department of Transport and Public Works, operating costs, and the supply of essential equipment and machinery. Chair, in the case of GMT, the global shortage of used manufacturing poses a real threat to the vehicle supply, and the same semiconductor shortages poses a threat to all information and communication technology activities. Chair, finally, I've come to know the department as a department with strong focus on developing and expanding its technical know-how and on being forward-looking. It has a strong futuristic vision. Chair, as we unpack the financial resources at this meeting today, we need to ask real questions about the extent to which this budget can contribute to cementing this future's vision in which technology, appropriate human resources, and expertise must work together in the interests of the residents of this province. Chair, I look forward to the interaction this morning, and we, between myself and the department, we are happy to engage on this budget, and if there's any questions, we will be happy to answer them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister, for those introductory remarks, and I think that we are very well conversant with the macro environment in which the department operates in, and it is sort of contextualized within the documentation that the department has compiled for us to scrutinize. Before I hand over to the HOD, the usual participants in this committee meeting are conversant with the composition of the Standing Committee, and due to changes that have occurred over the past weeks, the committee is reconstituted, and we have a new member on the committee in the form of Honourable Ms. Seku, and she brings a wealth of experience with her from past involvement within the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, and I'm absolutely convinced and that you would bring that knowledge and experience with to enhance the capabilities and the sort of intellectual capabilities of the members of the committee. Thank you and welcome, Honourable Maseko. Right, without further ado then, colleagues, I'm going to hand over to the HUD. Ms. Gooch, welcome and welcome to your team, and it's over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee. Thank you very much, and then also officially morning to the MEC and the guests that are on the platform as well. As the Minister outlined, would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to engage both on the second adjustments budget as well as the new budget coming in from the 1st of April 2022 and all the documentation that is attached. Through you, Chair, you indicated and asked if I would just point out a couple of the top management members of the department. And as you correctly pointed out, we have a large group of the department on the platform with us this morning for a number of reasons. I think it is also useful for the department from a succession planning point of view, from a future point of view, that more people are exposed to these interactions, have the ability to understand the approach of the standing committee and consider that, as well as them being able to add value with some of the key questions potentially if you're needing some specific detail. So I will just indicate that from a top management point of view in the meeting with us this morning, of course, we have our Chief Financial Officer, Advocate Chantel Smith. We have the Head of Strategy, Planning and Coordination, Mr. Gerrit van Skalkwyk, the Head of Provincial Public Works, Advocate Gavin Code, the Head of Transport Management, Advocate Kyle Reinecker, and then also the Head of Roads, Mr. Len Fourie. Chair, I will leave it there in terms of the introductions of the key top management members, but then we have a number of the members of their various teams on the platform with us this morning as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch, for that, for those introductions. And without much further ado, colleagues, we will firstly deal with the special adjustment appropriation for the years 2021-22. It was an additional sort of adjustment announced by the Minister of Finance that was appropriated to this department. So I will ask the HUD to speak to that, and we will deal with that first. Or I see the Minister's hand is raised. Minister?
Thank you, Chair. With your indulgence and the committees, we have prepared a slide or a presentation on both the adjustment and the main budget. If we would be provided an opportunity to do the presentation.
No, that's in order, Minister. I don't have a problem with that. So if you're going to do it as a combination, then certainly we can do that, and then we can.
No, we're going to do two separate presentations, Chair. My apologies.
Okay, fine. Then we will do the first presentation first, and that's being the special appropriation. Okay, good. So, Ms. Gooch, you may proceed, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to check, if I may. It's only really one slide, but I would like to just check that you can see the presentation.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. So, Chair, it really is, as you mentioned, one item within the adjustments budget, and it is an allocation that our department has received linked to the Provincial Road Maintenance Grant that comes from the National Department of Transport. The grant amount that has been added for the year that we are just ending up is 43,396,000 rand, and it is being allocated to the Western Cape, we understand, as a result of non-performance across some of the other provinces in terms of their spending pattern. We were then asked, as part of the adjustments, to identify the projects against which this additional 43 million rand would be allocated, and that is also captured in the adjustments documentation in the project schedules that are attached to it. 15 million has been allocated to the reseal of the Ashton Swellendam Road, 27.7 to the project, which is the reseal of the N2 for Leersdorp in the Overberg area. And then a small amount of this total has been allocated, 696,000, to the reseal of Holgaten in the Garden Route. Chair, that is where the adjusted allocation has been provided for in an addition around the GTBW budget for the year in question. And that really is the adjustments that is before the Standing Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to provide an opportunity for the members just to pose questions if they have any with regard to this particular allocation. And I will then also, take a question or two from the members of the public who are on the platform who would like to pose a question in relation to this particular adjustment. I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen. You may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I think indeed it is a motion of confidence in our department that this money was allocated to the Western Cape, and that it seems as if those projects have been able to be, completely or successfully managed. My question is rather regarding dates and progress. At what stage were we as the Western Cape informed of this additional allocation, and what were the circumstances that allowed us to quickly then spend this money, and when will the final spending or the final work be done in terms of these projects that it has been allocated to? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize Honourable Nkondlo and then Honourable Mbimbi thereafter. Please.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the introductory remarks of the Minister, and also the slide on the additional funding. Perhaps, Chair, one of the things I wanted to understand from the Minister is that when the Premier made his SOPA, I think on the 15th or 14th of March in Veldrift, one of the new declaration or pronouncements he made is a new department he called mobility that will then consider, I think, infrastructure projects, including some of the housing element or housing infrastructure that will be combined into the I think a coordinated infrastructure sort of department. Perhaps both the Minister and the HOD can then explain to us now where we are with this budget. Where is that particular conversation? Because that conversation or that declaration already present a policy pronouncement, and in terms of reconfiguration of this particular department, which is in the main has been the lead in as far as public infrastructure is concerned. So I'm very much interested to understand, because I've not had any work, or when are we going to be seeing this? Is it going to happen in the next financial year? What's happening? So first and foremost, if I can just get clarity around that reorganization, when is it happening? And is the department already having any plans, or what is going on? Secondly, around this funding that has been raised, this 43.3 million. Now, I want to understand that one, these three projects that have been identified, how were they identified? as you have indicated, HOD, that you received this money, I'm assuming in the recent adjustment, I think that happened earlier on. And by when will these projects be done? And I'm raising this, Chair, in context to project feasibility and project preparation, which is also one element that was raised by the Minister, because we know projects, infrastructure projects, one of the things that must be there, is clarity around their preparation so that you manage possible disturbance and some kind of delays in the project. So that's why I'm asking, how were these chosen? But secondly, now, in as far as this financial year, are these projects that are going to be implemented and get over and done, have all the contracting and everything being done? So what exactly is its project implementation steps, and at what point is it going to be concluded? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Mvumbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and congratulations on your new role that we have been given. And also welcome Honourable Maseko. We know we are serving together in other avenues with Honourable Maseko. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, Chairperson, my question is almost similar to Comrade, to Honourable Nkondlo, sorry. And then I promise you we did not caucus, but I'll just be adding more on what he has actually asked. If on the slide that has just been put, maybe, and then also on the tree project that have been mentioned, maybe I just wanted to find out, was the National Department prescriptive on it that we are going to use it for this particular purpose? Because why I'm asking, Chairperson, it's also not the first time I'm seeing that allocation thing. When we were having a presentation from the Treasury, I think that amount was actually put up, and it was actually put up exactly for those particular projects. So I just want to check whether was there any prescription from the national government when they were actually allocating this, whether you are going to use this, or was it the sole discretion of the department as to how they are going to make use of that allocation? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, colleagues, for those questions. May I, without being seen to suppress freedom of expression, ask the HOD just to respond to this particular adjustment, appropriation questions, and then perhaps after, when we introduce the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, and then the Minister or the HOD and it was posed directly to the Minister, respond to the first part of Honourable Nkondlo's question with regard to the remarks made by the Premier at the SOPA. So firstly, let us just confine ourselves to this particular allocation, and thereafter we can respond to Honourable Nkondlo's first part of the question. HOD, I hand over back to you to respond to those questions, please.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the members for the questions. So we were informed on the 1st of March of the additional allocation that would be made from the National Department of Transport as part of the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. And it is done because by that point, the National Department, what they do is they monitor the expenditure across each of the provinces, and they transfer funds to the provinces in line with the progress and the work that is being done. So where they potentially pick up a delay in spending in one or more provinces, generally the way that national government deals with their grant allocations is they then look to see if there are other provinces in this case that are able to absorb what would be then considered potential underspending at a national level if it wasn't transferred. So they came from a Western Cape point of view. We had already fully spent the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant in terms of the projects that fit within the grant framework, and we were therefore able to absorb within the projects and projects that meet the criteria. So through you, Chair, to Member Mvimbi's question, these specific projects are not prescribed by national, but there are a whole host of conditions that are attached to the conditional grant. And therefore, any projects that are put forward, which we have to do in terms of a business case at the start of the year, we have to provide them with project lists. They have to be able to fit within the criteria and the conditions of that grant. So these 3 projects are already on the go. And so I'm bringing in the response through you, Chair, to Member Nkondlo, that the projects are already on site. And what this then allowed us to do was to be able to spend more from the roads maintenance grant, then this additional allocation. So there is no feasibility work that's still required. These are projects on the go, contractors on site that allowed us to then absorb the additional allocation in terms of spending. So I have been informed that as it stands already as well, that the additional grant allocation, for all intents and purposes, can be taken up and spent within the current financial year on the 3 projects that were identified. So I trust through you, Chair, that I've responded to the circumstances that gave rise to us being asked to spend the money and then the manner in which it's approached. So these are not new projects that have to get off the ground. They are already underway and therefore could absorb the additional funding from the roads maintenance grant. Chair, I trust I've been as succinct as possible in responding to the questions posed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. With that, I then formally table the adjustment appropriation bill, and I would invite colleagues to pose additional questions if there is in relation to the response being provided. And I see Honourable van der Westhuizen's hand, and thereafter, if there are no further members, I will open up to members of the public if they wish to ask a specific question in relation to the adjustment appropriation bill. Honourable van der Westhuizen and then Honourable Nkondlo, in that order, you may proceed.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, before, will my question be answered or?
Yeah, we will deal with it afterwards.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Thank you. Chair, can I just ask, my understanding then, therefore, is this is not an expansion of the scope of the work. It is just that because we've got now this additional source of money, that we would now have money for other projects that can be funded with money that the province first would have allocated to these projects. And with that other amount of money, that reserve or that additional amount that we now have, would we be able to spend that then also in this year, or then is it money that could be rolled over to be spent in the new financial year? Or is it an expansion of the scope, or is it a matter of the job now not being run over 2 financial years, but that it can therefore be fully funded within this year, and that the contractor can therefore speed up the rollout of this? There are still such questions that I still need some clarity on. Thank you.
Honourable Nkondlo? Is that legacy, or do you have an additional follow-up question?
Yes, Chair. I'm hoping through the HOD we can just get more information about the 3 projects, because if they were already existing projects, then one is interested what the actual spending, what is it going into? Is it things that would have gotten the projects as they were already in operation, lending into insufficient funds So I'm a bit trying to understand that perhaps the HOD may be able at a later stage to share what exactly is the different allocations for in terms of the itemized spending. So I think that's one thing on that score, Chair. But just further on the budget adjustment itself, I think I would have been interested, Chair, one, to understand in the issue of the infrastructure, because I think part of the budget indicated, I think, a serious and a positive increase in as far as infrastructure spending is concerned, which is something that I think is welcomed post this COVID, that people need to work. I just, in addition to my question I posed earlier on, would like also to just get some sense, because we're told that there is going to be a performance reporting of these projects to ourselves as standing committees, which include also the likes of education. That is there already a reporting framework that has been developed, that at least makes us aware of which or what are the reporting areas, because one would be interested, I think, in understanding what those are, and also what are some of the issues we can actually ask information on in as far as that infrastructure report is concerned. And then also, Chair, another issue one would like to understand is around the red dot and the blue dot project. I'm interested just to understand at this point where we are at, in as far as the province is concerned, how many of our taxi operators do we have on our database, and how many are actually participating and benefiting in the red dot at this point? Do we have that particular data across the province, or it's only implemented here in the city? I'm interested in that, and whether this particular project is going to be extending in terms of funding, and also what's going to happen to this in particular when it comes to the Bracken Gate intermediate care. You know, what is it still? Because remember, the red dot in particular was for servicing, I think, the patients. So what's going to happen when that facility ends? Are there any plans, or is there any indication from the department around those specific issues at this point? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, let me just thank you, Honourable Kondlu. I think those questions are not out of kilter with what we are discussing today, but I think we should not conflate the issues here. Some of those issues that you've raised are issues that is addressed in the Western Cape Appropriation Bill for 2020-23. I would like to caution us not to, bring in unnecessary complexities with this particular additional adjustment appropriation bill. So let us just confine ourselves to that so that we can move on to the main adjustment, the main appropriation bill, and then all of those other matters may become relevant there. So we're going to spend inordinate time on this particular 43 million rand that's additionally appropriated, and because I think there are many issues that you'd like to raise, and those will become very relevant when we deal with the main appropriation bill. With that, Honourable Mbambi, please, let us confine ourselves to this adjustment appropriation bill, and not, and I know you will confine yourself to that. And then I recognize Honourable Maseko thereafter, and then I'm going to close the debate around this adjustment bill. Honourable
Thank
Member.
you, Chairperson. You are now confusing me because I also was going to follow exactly on the line of Honorable Nkondlo's questioning, because I thought that we have finished the slide, the part of the slide that was actually dealing with the 43 million,
Exactly.
and you indicated that we can now start commenting on the main appropriation budget. So I was actually following on that line as well. I don't know, because I thought that you've already opened that.
Yes,
Because
for sure. We have not really. I, try to solicit if there's any additional questions relating to
the 43
based
million.
on the response of the HOD.
Okay. No, then I'm going to wait then, Chair, when you come to the main budget, because my line of questioning was exactly in line with what Honorable Nkondlo was going to ask.
Good.
Was
Thank
asking.
you. So, yeah, there was an additional question posed by Honourable van der Westhuizen. And Honourable Maseko, are you covered?
I think, Chair, I am covered because you really tabled the adjustment. I just wanted to highlight that the only appropriation that you tabled was the adjustment of the 43 million, which I just wanted to find out from the HOD that if you receive the money as the department this time towards the end of the financial year, do you have the time frame allocated to that funding, or you have a leeway of still being given more time to use that allocation that you get from other provinces? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Back to the HOD, and then we shall then wrap up with this particular segment of our agenda.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. So perhaps to try and add to my previous replies, and through you, Chair, to Honourable van der Westhuizen, what happens is that we would normally be spending the allocation that we have from the province, so the equivalent of the provincial equitable share or the provincial allocation from a funding point of view. So what the 43 million does is it allows us to then further utilize grant money for those particular projects that then allowed us to redirect the equitable share funding towards other projects where particularly you'd be aware of the flooding that took place within the Eden area a little while ago, or the garden route into the Karoo allowed us to then pick up that the payments for that particular work. In general, and if I may, through you, Chair, to Member Nkondlo asking what is the 43 million rand generally used for, the indication I've had from the team is that it's then been used to buy materials that are then on site, and further work then happening for the completion of the projects that are close to completion and will conclude early in the new financial year. And then through you, Chair, to the final question, generally, the requirements from the National Department would be that we would spend the money within the current financial year. If we didn't, it would have to go through the usual process around applications for rollovers and then be brought into the adjustments budget of the new financial year. But our all indications are is that 43 million will be spent before the end of this financial year. So we will not have to apply for any rollovers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Now we are at that stage of our deliberation where we would solicit any comments or input from members of the public who may be on the platform in relation to this particular adjustment appropriation bill. Johan, are there any members on the platform of the public who would like to pose a question or would like to make a remark?
Chairperson, I did not receive any indication of members of the public that's present. I think they would have indicated by now, sir.
Going once, going twice. Thank you. So, colleagues, that concludes the deliberation on the appropriation, adjusted appropriation bill. Later on in the meeting, we will consider a report, whether we support or do not support this adjustment appropriation bill. But thank you, Ms. Gooch, for the clarity that you provided to the committee and the way you responded to the questions. And I cannot vouch that we will at this stage support the special appropriation bill, but we will see as we get to that stage. Colleagues, then there's a question that Honourable Nkondlo posed, during the first round of questioning regarding the remarks made by the Premier at the SOPA. Now, in the documentation that is being provided to members, there's reference made to those remarks and context were provided. So if we have gone through it, we would have some background as to where the department is sort of positioning itself and see itself moving ahead with the years and what is being done, and also how this current budget is located within the context of those remarks made by the Premier. But I am not the one that's going to provide the information to the committee, and I think it will be appropriate for the Minister, if he wishes to respond to that question and provide context, or the HOD, and thereafter we will move to the second presentation that deals with the main budget. I'll hand over to the Minister. Minister, would you like to respond to that question?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to Honourable Nkondlo for that that question. Chair, you've alluded to the context based on the budget, but I also just think it's important for us to note that with the announcement by the Premier, it's really, I mean, in the context of ensuring that infrastructure is being delivered, that we create a department that solely focus on delivering of infrastructure projects across the province. Not that it's not happening currently, but so that there's one focus area on this. I mean, if we come out of a 2-year COVID pandemic, which and we all know that in particular in the infrastructure space, that you don't a infrastructure project doesn't get planned for today to be delivered tomorrow. So it's all planning and delivery in the longer term. So based on that, I think as a department we support and we will give effect to the vision of the Premier to ultimately ensure that we create jobs and that we contribute, and that this department contributes to the economy, but ultimately that the citizen is at the center of all these deliveries, and that the citizen of this province benefits from this department. I just want to correct, I know Honourable Nkondlo made the reference to a mobility department. So the infrastructure or the vision of the Premier to have an infrastructure focused department as well as a mobility department. So it's not that infrastructure will go into mobility, but that it in fact will be two separate departments if we give effect to the vision of the Premier. Chair, but if I also can then use this opportunity, like we did for the adjustment budget, we've prepared a slideshow on the main budget, highlighting the main focus areas of this budget. If you will allow us to do that presentation before we do the interrogation into the actual budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. We can move right on to the presentation. But if the HOD would like to augment the remarks that you've made, Minister, the HOD may do so also. Ms. Gooch.
Chair, thank you very much. Perhaps it will come out also in some of the comments from in my presentation. So again, let me just confirm, if I may, that you can see the slides. Great.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So I've also again tried to keep it very brief and to take the high level points. And to start then with the general summary of our vote, and to understand that our vote overall amounts to 9.1 billion rand in the new financial year. It is slightly less than the 21-22 adjustments estimate, and one can understand that in an adjustments budget things will shift. But from a main appropriation point of view, we're sitting at a 9.1 billion for the new financial year, and then increasing by 205 million for the second year of the MTEF, and then by 343 million to 9.654 billion in the 24-25 financial year. As it stands, the increases in the out years are generally ascribed to the additional funds that have been provided linked to roads infrastructure. And that has come on the back of certainly our department, and we've shared it with the committee before, saying that we needed to get a greater degree of stabilization within the infrastructure budgets. You might recall that we've often had dips in financial years, and that does make, as I've explained previously, it difficult to be able to properly manage, because you become constrained by the year in which you have the lowest allocation. And therefore, this increase allows us to have a far greater alignment over the medium term. The conditional grant allocation for expanded public works program is relatively stable in our budget, you will see, and then slight increases for the public transport operations grant and then the roads maintenance grant. So we've got a fair quantum of the overall 9.1 billion that is allocated to conditional grants, and that I'll outline in subsequent slides. Apart from the additional roads money that the province has allocated, there is also then some adjustments to the baseline in the current financial year for local content. So workers, we have been asked by the Provincial Treasury and the MEC of Finance to do some work about the aspects of local content and its implications within the supply chain environment, and to put in place a system, a very basic system, to be able to monitor that and report on any potential impact that that may have on tenders, including the cost as well as time to completion. So that was a specific request made by the MEC of Finance to our department. Then, as far as the occupational health and safety, including fire compliance, in order to assess and address potential risks and allocations around health and safety. Then the Provincial Treasury has made a specific allocation for the Blue Dot taxi pilot. And from their point of view, understanding that it's a pilot that was put forward, they have allocated funding from their mind in order to wind down and to make an evaluation. But of course, we have already done an initial evaluation of the Blue Dot taxi pilot project, and will continue with a more complete one in the coming months. But our department is focused in the coming months, for the time that we have allocated, to continue to try to find other funding sources to continue and to expand the Blue Dot program. We do believe that this is something that is bringing about some very positive results, and potentially through your chair, I'd like to offer the committee an opportunity for us to engage with you in detail around the Blue Dot, to share the data with you, and then to ask your assistance and support around different opportunities that you might consider and suggest and guide around trying to expand and support the continuation of Blue Dot. And then there was also a particular allocation to support enablement. So that's in the provincial immovable asset management space on the property planning side, and to respond to a number of the environmental and heritage legislative planning processes. What Minister alluded to in his opening remarks is that specific budget programs and allocations in our 22-23 budget have been set aside by the Treasury as priority allocations. So the budget programs 2, 3, 4, and 5, so that's public works, roads, transport operations, and transport regulation, have been identified as being impacted on by this refresh reorganization, the announcements made by the Premier about the new mobility and infrastructure departments. And so the Provincial Treasury has then instituted specific limitations in respect of environments to and from Programme 2 and 3 holistically, that then require prior Treasury approval, and any environments between Programs 2 and 3 will require me as the accounting officer to notify the Treasury. So as the Minister remarked, and then coming through to the question that was asked, just to clarify then, as things unfold with the reorganisation and the approach giving effect to the Premier's vision, we will need to understand how that actually impacts the management of the budget in Vote 10. The budget overall is made up of just shy of 13% for compensation of employees, remembering, of course, that our compensation of employees within Provincial Public Works linked to the delivery of health and education infrastructure also spends a proportion of those departments' infrastructure budgets. Then the infrastructure itself, including conditional grants, make up 61.1% of the budget, of which then the remaining allocations, approximately half, is the public transport operations grant that members would be aware of. That's over 1 billion rand. And then the other is allocated to kind of smaller non-infrastructure type of projects. Only 5% of our budget actually goes for operational costs. The next slides through you, Chair, are just to try to give you a sense across the financial years of the budget per programme, and for you to be able to see both the specific quantum as well as then the percentage of the overall budget. So you will see, for example, Programme 1, which is the administration budget as it stands, only makes up 3% of the total allocation. Provincial Public Works sits within the region of 23-24%, while roads, then the roads infrastructure, transport infrastructure takes up 45%, 43 to 45% of the department's budget. Transport operations, 18% across the MTEF, remembering that of the allocation there of 1.7 billion, well over 1 billion is actually the public transport operations grant. Then transport regulation is 10%, and then the community-based programs, which is the overall coordination of the expanded public works program, as well as then our artisan program, contractor development, and so on. That is a small amount, but a very important contribution that they make to the rest of the department and its work. If we look at the economic classifications of the budget allocations, as I've mentioned a little earlier, the budget from the compensation of employees point of view is relatively small. And again, that's because the bulk of our work happens through a supply chain, through a procurement process. You'll see that that's then sitting within the goods and services, as well as the payments for capital assets, where the bulk of the budget is spent. When Minister in his opening remarks spoke about agility within the department to be able to deliver its work, it is important that we have, and as an accounting officer and as a management team, we have some ability to maneuver. Now, of course, we have got far less discretion with the provincial priority allocations that have been set. However, acknowledging that of our total budget, 13% COE, so in other words, you have to pay that money. Conditional grants, 23%. You can't do much but what has been allocated and intended for those conditional grants. And additional allocations that are specifically earmarked, 6%. And then our infrastructure sitting within programs 2 and 3 of 36.5%. If I then am moving to the last couple of slides, Chair, in terms of the earmarked allocations. So we've got out of our total budget, 542 million that is explicitly earmarked in 22-23 552 million in 23-24, and then 550 million in the final year of the MTEF. A small amount of that, 2.5 million, is, as I indicated, linked into corporate support for this particular system at the request of the MEC of Finance that Department of Transport and Public Works puts in place. In Provincial Public Works, I mentioned the specific amounts from a planning point of view that have been allocated for project preparation. And these are particularly the type of projects that are using the learnings from the Conradi Park. And we are continuing with work around Stickland North, Odemolen, Leolua, Prestwich Precinct and others, and also starting to look at one of our sites in Caledon. Then we've also got specific allocations earmarked in the construction sub-program for the child and youth care centres in support of the Department of Social Development. And then I've mentioned also further allocations also for the child and youth care centres in the maintenance sub-program, as well as in the allocations for the occupational health and safety, including fire compliance. Chair, to the final slide of earmarking within Programme 3, that's the Transport Infrastructure Roads Programme. There are particularly earmarked allocations of 337,435 across then the 2 out years and the 337 in the first year. That is allocated for roads to help to deal with the smoothing out of the allocations and to over time start to attend to some of what we've been advocating for some time around the state of our network. And then in Programme 4, there is the particular allocation that has been earmarked for the Blue Dot programme. But as we've mentioned, and I mentioned previously, that we intend to continue with various interactions with stakeholders to try to unlock other sources of funding so that we can continue with this program across the province and actually move it beyond just the next financial year, because we do have a really strong belief that this is a type of program that has got tremendous benefit to not only the industry, but to the citizens and to the passengers that utilize this mode of transport. So, Chair, again, I make the offer for a specific focused conversation with our standing committee around Blue Dot. Through you, Chair, that is tried to capture as succinctly as possible the budget, and certainly we're open to answering any questions, and we would certainly pick up on the questions that were posed by the member Nkondlo previously under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good, for that brief presentation that outlined the main elements of the budget. And with that, I now formally table the Western Cape Appropriation Bill for vote 10 in the budget book from pages 439 to 521 for consideration by this committee. And I will invite members of the committee to pose any questions for clarifications, for any remarks that you'd like to make, notwithstanding the previous questions posed by Honourable Nkondlo. If she wishes to repeat those, she may do so. But colleagues, the floor is open. I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen, and as we proceed with the engagement, certainly we will have more members posing relevant questions. In this order, I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen, and then Honourable Nkondlo, and then we take it from there. Honourable van der Westhuizen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and the officials for the briefing that we've had this morning. Chair, I do hope that there will be more than one round of questions allowed, should time allows. My first question is something which I'm concerned about. There's been talk of quite sharp rises in the price of fuel linked to crude oil prices, etc. Fortunately, it seems this morning as if there may be some relief, or as if the medicine may not be quite as bitter as firstly expected. But the price of bitumen, which I presume is quite an important product in the resurfacing of roads and the construction of roads, seem to be linked to the price of crude oil. And my concern is therefore that should the price of bitumen go up sharply, and even if there should be perhaps a shortage of bitumen, that it may affect the budget, and that, you know, the prices of contractors may come in much higher than what we've expected or become accustomed to over the last 4 years. And I would like to know from the department whether this concern is shared, or whether I'm just, you know, chasing up ghosts where there isn't real reason for concern. Regarding the figures in the budget, sorry, Chair, and then the second one, just I do know that some of the budget in the past had to be spent on quarantine facilities, isolation facilities, and I presume that some of those may have an ongoing rental cost. Perhaps if we could just get an indication on whether those costs are still being incurred, what is the level of that, and what is the general expectation, what is the message that you're getting from the Department of Health in terms of the need, ongoing need for such facilities to be still available. Then, Chair, if I may ask, on page 462 of the estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure book, I do see that our transport infrastructure budget seems to be increased by 13.6%, and it seems then therefore as if we can be very fortunate to see such an increase in a relatively big percentage, as Ms. Goods has explained, of the total budget that is being spent. But then also on the next page, page 463, the compensation of employees is expected to increase by 10.7%. Now, in some of the other provincial departments' budgets, there's been a very even a small reduction in that figure, and then this 10% seems to be quite a bit higher than what you know the general expectation is in terms of compensation agreements, etc. So has this anything to do with the expected split of the Department of Transport and Public Works, or where do you see that expansion in staff expenditure or staff numbers? If we could get some more clarity on that one. And then, Chair, there's also a number of cases where I see that it's not a big amount, but in the past there were some transfers to municipalities. And I do know that our municipalities are also under severe financial pressure. And it seems to me as if you do not expect to make any of these transfers going forward. For example, on page 471, the table number, sorry, it should be 912, I presume, or it's an extension of 911. Where in the past, 3.3 million was transferred to municipalities, then 2.4 million, and now it seems as if there is, for now and as well as for the next financial year, that there seems to be no provision for that, and then it picks up again in the second outer year. Perhaps if we could just get some clarity on that one as well. And I'm sorry if I jump around, table 8.2, land and subsoil assets. Again, you know, if I look at historic figures that in the past amounted to almost 33 million rand for the 2018-19 year, and for this year it's only 9 million that's to be spent on that one, which also seems to be quite a significant change in previous spending. And is that not for the acquisition of land for, you know, some of our public facilities? Why then, you know, that enormous decrease on that particular vote or what? And then, Chair, lastly for now, in the presentation that we've received, Ms. Goods just referred to the fact that there is now a limitation in the verimentation amounts, or the amounts that can be moved between some of the votes. And I'm just wondering, she didn't say how it's going to affect this department. Is this something that should concern us, or is it something that we can support in the sense that, you know, we as the Western Cape have been able to in any case, you know, spend the money in terms of the original budgets and plans, and that this limitation will not affect us. Are we to be concerned? Will it put some pressure? May it lead to you know, constraints in terms of service delivery or not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. I recognise Honourable Nkondlu and thereafter Honourable Maseko. Honourable Nkondlu, the floor is yours.
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson. My hand was up also, Chair.
Okay, but you've lowered it again. But anyway, you recognise after Honourable Nkondlu. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like, if possible, that the two presentations that were made this morning be shared with us. The one thing, Chair, I wanted to raise, I think, as a comment, is that one is just worried with I think the presentation made by the HOD, particularly on the matter of the reconfiguration that has already been declared through the Premier's pronouncement, and the uncertainty in terms of its budgetary implications, because I would have thought that by the time we come to this meeting, at least that has been done, and it's understood, because indeed it reconfigures particular sub-programs. It has got implications in terms of the personnel being moved from this to the other. So I think for me, I think I'm just a concern, if such, because I'm not, unless I'm missing what the HOD was explaining, because it seems that these are still to be engaged and still to be clarified. Because for me, I think one would have wanted to understand what are the budgetary implications from what has been allocated to sort of cover those particular changes that needs to be effected. So I think because one would have assumed that the discussion would have started in cabinet, so that when the pronouncement is made already, I think the admin implications, including budget, is already attended to. Secondly, I want to welcome and I think support if the request from the HOD for a specific presentation to the committee. I'm sure it will be discussed through the chair when the meeting deals with its resolutions. I think a specific presentation on the blue dot, red dot, and the future, because when one looks at I think the funding now of of winding down this particular program and lessons that have been learned. One just needs to understand what exactly I think that funding is going to be doing, you know, in the winding down. So maybe I will take comfort with the fact that there could be such a future explanation thereof. But the other thing, Chair, I just wanted clarity on. This money allocated to monitoring local content and the risks thereof. Firstly, is HOD able to share with the committee that instruction from Treasury of what exactly is to be monitored in as far as local content risks are concerned? So I think one is just wanting to understand what exactly is the detail of what needs to be monitored, and what's the rationale behind that. So if maybe such could just be clarified in concert to the actual funding, because I'm assuming, and perhaps HOD must say, what exactly is the actual budget? What is it? What is this thing? Is it a new IT system that is going to be put in place? And that is why I'm asking, what exactly is the framework? What are the elements of this monitoring of local content? Because I think there's a local content policy, and I'm seeing, unless I'm misunderstanding, I'm seeing here a red flag which the Provincial Treasury has sent to the department, including Public Works, to say, you know, we shall monitor and you report to us about this, the risk, and which are those particular risks. So that is one issue I just wanted to get clarity on. Again, on the transport regulation, when I think the HOD, I think, present one of the slides with the graphs indicating, I could see that transport regulation, you know, is one aspect that does not necessarily takes the biggest of the budget. Now, I've got a question here, Chair, around transport regulation. And my question one is that I think across, we have been discussing, I think, the issue of the increase in population in the Western Cape, one, and the implication thereof in terms of service delivery. And amongst that is implication on public transport. So my question in as far as transport regulation is concerned is that I'm trying to understand HOD, understanding that this particular responsibility also is shared with municipal transport authorities. Is there work that is being done or has been done to consider what are the transport implications of the population growth in the Western Cape, which includes studies that are mapping routes, and I'm raising this in context to the aspect of regulating and permitting that must allow licenses for commercial transport opportunities, whether is e-hailing, whether is taxis, and others. I mean, we've got including the BRT, because one of the things that we are seeing, and I'm sure such, and that is why I'm asking whether there has been studies to actually ensure, and I'm not sure whether those studies are done at a provincial level, so that the PRE as its responsibility to ensure that permitting and licensing is actually approved gets to be undertaken, because such must be informed by the various studies, and such studies as the population is actually growing faster. My question is how agile are these particular studies to ensure that we are responsive and therefore not constrain through regulation the ability and the mobility of citizens, because citizens must be able to get to work on time, including including business, must be able, and we do have, and I know from the Cape Town environment, that just getting on the N2, going to work, I mean, because our roads are not as wider as you would find actually in the likes of Gauteng, where they had to be forced their N1s to their freeways to actually have even more than 3 sort of lanes. So I'm asking this question in as far as transport regulation is concerned, because that is one area that if we're not catching up with the transport demands, we may find ourselves, you know, in serious challenges that we have actually seen. I think the MEC, one of the things that he was baptized with fire with the taxi violence around routes between Belleville and Paarl. So I'm asking that particular question in as far as transport regulation is concerned, is whether such studies are available, you know, and how frequent and agile are they being done to enable, you know, somewhat an evidence-based type of a permitting regime. And then, Chair, I think my last one on this round is that I would like to understand. I see, I think it is on page 481, I think around the 491, I'm sorry, around training, that the department is not making provision for interns. And can I get an understanding why is that the case, in as far, in particular, in our contribution for transport related skills, you know, that we require in the economy. And I think I just want one, if there is a particular reason for this particular budget not to have covered interns. Let me stop for now in this round, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlu, for those questions. I recognise Honourable Mvimbi. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just safe to say that I am aligning myself with the question that were asked by Honourable Nkondlo previously, so I'm not going to repeat those, especially on the during the time when we're still busy with the adjustment. So I will just wait for a question on those. 2 or 3 more questions from my side, Honourable Chairperson. The general question I always ask is maybe to what extent have the public been involved in the formulation of this budget in terms of a public participation process? Maybe was it through public announcement, or was there public engagement that were done in order to solicit an input from the public in terms of the budget of this department? That's just a general question I always ask in every department that we are actually dealing with when we consider the budgets. So I just want to check whether has there been a public participation process. Now, the other question I wanted to ask Chairperson is that I've seen on the presentation, I think it was slide 2 of the presentation by the HOD on the issues of public transport operation grant. Now, I take it, if I'm correct, the HOD can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I take it that's the grant that is normally used to fund public transport in terms of public transport like Golden Arrows and those type. And maybe, is there any funding that is being given towards the taxi industry in terms of this? Because also always bearing in mind that the taxi industry is actually responsible for 2/3 of the transportation of our public. So maybe in terms of this grant, is there maybe any allocation that is being set aside for the taxi industry? I'm saying this, this will lead me to my next question, Chairperson, because I am the one of those who strongly believe in the subsidization of this industry. On the same way we are giving subsidy to Golden Arrow buses, I think at some point we should also consider start a process of beginning to do the same subsidization to the taxi industry. But of course, I will leave the mechanics of those, how it's going to be done, to the technocrats. I think they are better suited in terms of that. Now, which of concern to me is that, because whenever I ask the question on the taxi subsidization, I will always be referred to ad hoc projects that are being done here and there, and it's not actually subsidized in a permanent as well as in a sustainable manner as golden arrow buses are actually being subsidized. Now, what is more concerning, I see something that I've been watching very closely, although I had my reservation about it, the two projects, which was the blue dot and the red dot, which I think it might have been leading towards some kind of total subsidization of the taxi industry. But I see now, I read that it's being winded down, it's being winded down. And I thought that it was a pilot project. I think whatever we are trying to pilot, we must try and pilot it towards permanency or towards sustainability. Now, if we are saying that we are going to wind it down, what will actually be left now for this industry? Because that was kind of, as much as I had my own reservations about it, because I think it was kind of a carrot and stick kind of assistance or donation that was given to the taxi industry, because you'll find that the same rules that is being used on Golden Arrow were actually not used when it comes to the taxi industry. But now the little that they had in terms of we're trying to start in terms of Blue Dot is now being winded down. We'll just want to find out what are the real reason then of winding it down, because that was some things that was leading towards us assisting that. I will understand, because the red dot was more kind of health orientated. But now when it comes to the blue dot, I thought that at some point it's something that we are going to see this towards the total and permanent subsidization of this industry. The next question, Chairperson, I wanted to ask is, I see there's some renovation that are going to be done in the Leeuwenhof buildings. Maybe what might have, how much is this going to cost, and then also what necessitated these renovations that are actually going to take place. My last question, Chairperson, will be around the issue of consultants. I see there's quite a big budget in terms of consultants in the department. It's actually, the department is one of those departments I regard as fully capacitated in terms of the work that they are doing, but also to see now that quite a substantial amount of money is actually going to be used in terms of consultant. Maybe there might be reasons behind this. It will be good that if we can have some clarity as to what is the main reason towards having to use quite a substantial amount of money for consultants in the department. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Vambi. Honorable Maseko, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And bear with me, I'm not going to take long, but I do have some few questions. Already the honorable members have covered me with most of my questions. So maybe, Chair, before I ask the questions, one of the issues that I will appreciate as a new member to the standing committee is to future have an engagement of us having to find out about what is in the agreement between the Golden Arrows and the Department for the subsidization, and versus the taxis. What do they have? And what does it entail in those agreements for that subsidization that I've heard it a lot, that is a concern from the members to the taxis, that they are not getting the subsidy that maybe members as an oversight body, they feel, or we feel that the taxis have to have access to that subsidy for the job that they are doing within our communities. So that engagement, I think, it will be empower me, if not all the members, to recheck for this coming financial year that if we are going to wind down the blue dot, what are the other incentives that can be given to the taxis to make sure that the pressure of the transport, as we know that the trains are not doing well, that dependencies on the golden arrows and the taxis, that we have to look in there, that how do we go about for the end users, which is our communities, to be able to have the transport system that is working for them. Now, the question that I do have, Chair, is on the APP, and I know the department is with the grant and the allocation of the budget, 61% is going to go to the infrastructure. Now, I looked at the APP of the last financial year. It talked about under the local government interface. It talks about the intergovernmental planning with the local sphere of government, which is crucial. And also it talks about its 5-year implementation plan and the medium-term strategic framework. And when you look down, one of the bullet points is it talks about how the department is also aligning its plans to the 4 themes and sub-themes of cooperation agreed to between the Western Cape government and the City of Cape Town for economic, social infrastructure, spatial planning, environmental. Now, I want to understand this because we went for an oversight with a brilliant innovation, which we appreciate from the Department of Public Works and Transport, of the better living model. And one of the challenges that was highlighted there was the infrastructure part of it from the city, that the city is a little bit slow. Now, if we have a 5-year plan that you talk to the infrastructure, and you do the planning and you do the capacity, of which is not something that is going to come to start for this financial year. That means it has been coming, and you communicate with the city, but the delay in some of the projects that you have to implement for the better living model is because of the infrastructure. And another issue being the USDG fund from the City of Cape Town has been returned again and again. They've been underspending on that USDG. Now, what does it entail to plan in between the city and the Western Cape government? And what role do you play in capacitating maybe the city, or to share the ideas to make sure that what they do have will work for the government or for the communities, to make sure that there's no delay in some of the infrastructures to unlock some of the projects that really are the key or catalytic projects that can be beneficial to our communities within the City of Cape Town. If I can get the clarity of what is it that it entails, because in your APPs, you have been talking about that engagement between the city and the department and the government, but still there is this lack of, from what I'm seeing, the alignment of saying how can that be used for the bigger communities to benefit them when coming to the infrastructure, because infrastructure is a huge issue within the City of Cape Town. And if there's the big brothers around that can equip or help the city, that has to happen, and we have to see that difference. But throughout some few years, we haven't seen that. So if maybe the HOD can respond to that, Chair. Other questions, I think my colleagues have asked, and then if there's any follow-up, I'll attend to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Ms. Seku, for those remarks and questions. I may add, colleagues, much reference was made to the blue dot operations. It is programmed already, pending a decision that this committee will take later with regard to another matter. The program will be distributed to the members for consideration. With that, I'm handing over to the HOD for the first round responses, and she can direct us to who is going to respond to which part of the questions. Ms. Gooch, over to you.
Chair, thank you very much. And I have got, I think, about 3 pages worth of questions, so I do trust that I'm not going to miss any, and my apologies if I do, and through you, Chair, then just a request through for a heads up if I have omitted anything. I'm going to try and work sequentially through them, and to start with the queries around the bitumen and the price of bitumen. And certainly through you, Chair, our information does show that there is a link between the bitumen prices and the crude oil. And while certainly as a department, I can indicate that we have got some concerns. At this point in time, we've already received correspondence from one of the asphalt firms, Much Asphalt, around this, and to give us a bit of a heads up. What is for them and for us of an even greater concern is that one of the refineries, the Durban refinery, is due to be closing, and therefore we are likely to be, as a province, and of course the industry, then more dependent on imports, which again then has almost a potential double whammy. So we certainly are keeping an eye on it. It's a little bit too soon to tell as far as the direct impacts from a budget point of view, but I don't think that it is wrong in terms of your question about is this something that we should be concerned with. I do think it is, and we are keeping a very careful eye on it. The question about quarantine and isolation sites, there is no provision in the new budget for Q&I. We have been led to believe by our Department of Health colleagues that this is really not going to be part of their strategy or their response going forward as it stands in terms of how they understand the COVID-19 pandemic to be progressing. Of course, anything could change, and that would then necessitate a reconceptualization or rethink. So those facilities and the utilization has actually been dropping to practically zero, and there is no provision in the new budget for that. Then the question that was posed around the increase in roads and then the increase in compensation of employees for the department. So certainly it's provided for a number of reasons. We have an increase in personnel provided for within the provincial traffic space, traffic law enforcement, where from the Treasury previously, and it's been carried through for a couple of years, we had a higher intake of candidates to the Gene Low Traffic Training College, so 90 candidates, and therefore with the intention that once they graduate, we would be appointing them. So there is an increase there. There is also an increase from a staffing point of view as a response to the roads restructuring. Members of the committee might recall that some years ago we then finalized the new road structure, and slowly but surely then looking over time to try and fill posts there. And particularly what must be remembered is that we're trying to make sure that we have got staff from a succession planning point of view, so the younger graduates, professionals that then come in to be able to grow, get the experience, be exposed to the various areas of the work, to then take up senior positions as people retire, as well as then there was a focus on making sure that we have staff within our delivery side in the district roads engineers. So that's with the in-house work, in-house maintenance, looking to build some of the in-house construction business as well, linking with the district municipalities. And there it's so that we can, again, train people, upskill people, learn, look at different techniques, different approaches, and then people are able to also then potentially move on to the private sector, but that the government has a capability to be able to respond to key work. And this committee would recall that we were able to do, for example, the Smartburg Pass and others, where then we are able to respond at relatively short notice because we've built an internal capability. So that tends to be the reason for the increasing on the COE. There's also an increase in the housing allowance and the medical provisions that are accounted for in TPW, and remembering, of course, that we have got a relatively large staff complement, not necessarily all sitting at senior levels from a compensation perspective. So the question then that was posed through you, Chair, by Member van der Westhuizen was also whether the increase in COE was linked in any way to the expected adjustments from a departmental point of view. No, not at all. That hasn't been considered or factored in at this stage in the budget process, and I'll pick up that point again in response to Member Nkondlo's question a little later. Then through your Chair, if I hope I managed to pick up the budget tables sufficiently quickly enough when Member van der Westhuizen was referencing them. So I may have it slightly wrong, and if so, I apologize and will certainly then come back to it. The question about transfers to the municipalities, there are adjustments in that. Number one, because particularly, for example, in a road space, if there are no specific projects that are being put forward on the roads that we support from a subsidization or that kind of co-funding point of view that you know of linked to the roads ordinance provisions, then of course no funding is allocated if the municipality hasn't identified specific projects. And then there's another area where there's funding that's transferred for the integrated transport plans of municipalities. And in that particular context, that depends on the year in which the municipality is going to be ready. And that's why there is also a difference that you would see in the transfers to municipalities. The question linked to table 8.2 about the decrease in the provision in the new financial year and the MTEF for land and subsoil assets is that the funds are set with the Provincial Treasury for the acquisition of properties, but they then are brought into the budget during the adjustments process so that we can limit some of the uncertainties depending on the timing that it takes for the acquisitions. So that's why you will see quite a difference across the years, because we then bring the funds in with the agreements and so on through the appropriations, but in the adjustments budget process. Then your question about the limitations placed on the vote around from the Treasury in terms of the provincial prioritization, priority allocations, is that generally there would be limited impact in the first part of this financial year coming up to the adjustments process, because certainly environments don't happen between programs just necessarily still straight away through the year. That will need to then be taken account of in the adjustments budget and be presented to the provincial parliament for consideration. So there is potentially a limited impact, although certainly from an accounting officer's point of view, I will have to go and get the Treasury approval should it be required. If the status quo remains after the adjustments budget coming towards the back end of the financial year, certainly as an accounting officer, it is my job to make sure that I'm able to ensure that our budget is spent, that if we have a potential delay in one area or in one budget program, but I have, and therefore I have some resources that I can redirect environment through to a different budget program to further the work and the intention and the objectives that are outlined, then as you know, that's the process that the accounting officer goes through in conjunction with the departmental management at the back end of the financial year to ensure that the budget is spent in the manner and the way that it is able to achieve the objectives. That is potentially limited in the back end of the new financial year and would require a very close cooperation with the Provincial Treasury to ensure that the department isn't hampered in any way, and the accounting officer isn't hampered in any way to do what he or she may be required to do. Then moving on through you, Chair, through to the next set of questions, and I will be asking for some of my colleagues to provide some assistance so that I'm not, you're not having to listen to me completely all morning. I will ask that the CFO speak to the clarification that Member Nkondlo has asked for from the Provincial Treasury system and local content, because she's been involved in those discussions and can provide more detail there. And I will then try to pick up on the balance of the questions, including some of the blue dot and the regulatory sides. I may ask, if I may, through Chair, depending on whether my reply is sufficient or not, that Mr. Ahmed, you may wish to add to that. And then I will pick up as well on the next ones. So perhaps through you, Chair, to the first questions asked by Member Nkondlo, I'll certainly provide the presentations through to the committee coordinator for circulation to your members. As far as the reconfigurations and the announcements made by the Premier and Member Nkondlo's questions about have all the details been worked out yet? So you would expect that we'd be able to articulate that within the budget. No, that's not the case. So the Premier made the announcements, and then within the State of the Province address, you would have heard he also indicated that following that, consultations will take place and the necessary processes. So that has not been included within this budget, and the manner in which the budget has been put forward. It has still been developed and worked on the basis of us being Transport and Public Works, and we will have to make those adjustments potentially in the adjustments budget later this year, or depending on the timeframes moving into the new budget timeline for 23-24. So it does depend on the implications in terms of that consultation process that the Premier announced will be followed. On the blue dot and red dot side of things, so as I say, certainly please, and Chair, you've mentioned that you'll schedule a session on that, and I do think that it would be very worthwhile, and I'll pick up a little bit of that in relation to some of the other questions. On the transport regulations side of things, remembering, of course, that the municipalities are responsible for the transport planning. And the provincial regulatory entity then, in considering operating license applications, is required to do so in line with the directions or directives of the municipality. The integrated transport plan that is done for a 5-year period is required to be updated on an annual basis. So certainly one would anticipate, as you've mentioned, Member Nkondlo, that as population shifts occur, as there are dynamics across any municipality, whether it's the City of Cape Town or any other, that the relevant municipality will be taking account of that and then be able to consider that in the directions that it issues to the PRE for the consideration of the relevant licenses and the applications. And so certainly, in considering an integrated transport plan, the municipality needs to be considering how the various modes of transport interplay and work with one another. As you mentioned, whether it's the e-hailing operations, whether it's a minibus taxi, what their program is for a BRT rollout and so on. So those things do all have to be taken account of by the municipality, and certainly then that information provided through to the provincial regulatory entity for consideration for applications of operating licenses. There are different tools that are utilized as well by municipalities. So sometimes they utilize the National Household Travel Survey as a kind of a base input. But that I think was done last in round about 2019, and one could understand that with COVID in between, travel patterns did shift quite substantially, as we would all have experienced, and now kind of getting back to almost those sort of pre-COVID levels. So that for me, if I may say, is really where it underpins the importance of the work and the support to the municipalities and from the municipalities for proper, detailed transport planning and understanding also the interplay, not only from a population point of view, but from a development point of view, and what that then means in relation to transport requirements. The question through you, Chair, around the provision, you see no provision for interns, just to perhaps indicate that that particular line item was the previous program of the Premier, the pay interns, the Premier's interns. As a department, we do have what could say broadly in terms of the training type of programs and skills development. So we've got the students within the provincial traffic side, 90 students there. We've got 20 people supported through apprenticeships. We've got 260 people supported through the learnerships program in the expanded public works program. We have 109 candidates, so built sector candidates across the department through roads and public works. So they have completed their degrees and are now candidate engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, and so on, technicians through the department. So we have also then supports for tradesmen, the artisans, etc. So we have got a range that is all part of training in different areas, but they are not specifically stipulated in that table as interns, as defined for that particular table. Then through you, Chair, to move on to Member Mvimbi's questions. Well, perhaps before I do that, if I may, let me take a pause and ask our CFO if she would perhaps come in and respond to the questions about the local content. And then that gives me an opportunity to have a sip of water, and then I will move on to Member Mvimbi's questions, Member Maseko, and then also Chair, your point at the end. Thank you. If I may direct through to Advocate Smith.
Thank you, HOD.
Thank you, Chair. So in relation to that question, in November last year, with the audit outcomes as well as certain engagements with the Provincial Minister of Finance, the auditor started to look at local content, specifically in the infrastructure environment, in a very different way as opposed to what they previously used to do. Specifically, they were focusing on local content as far as steel was concerned, indicating that even when government doesn't directly buy steel, that the local content designation should apply. This, of course, has significant impact on our contractors and specifically our smaller contractors. While that was going on, the DTI, through the National Minister of DTI, Minister Patel, issued designations in respect of cement, indicating that the designation will apply irrespective of the value of cement. In an infrastructure context, that means mostly all of our projects are affected, and therefore specifically our smaller contractors are affected. So what has happened is these concerns have been raised with the Minister of Finance, and when I say affected, what I mean is while the designation is applied and government has to enforce it, this department has to enforce it, what it entails is that every single contractor for every tender that they submit have to have the local content information and will pay a fee for auditing by the SABS in respect of that tender and that designated product. Of course, nowhere did the DTI ever communicate with bidders, and therefore this cost is one that would be unforeseen for them. So this was raised as a specific concern, specifically for our smaller contractors. There was then a meeting held between Minister Patel, ourselves, and the and the Minister of Finance, the Provincial Minister of Finance, to explain this particular impact, as well as then try and find different ways that this could be applied. In other words, that the bill is not picked up by the smaller contractors, but much rather by the manufacturers. there were certain agreements reached by Minister Mainia and Minister Patel, amongst others, that we would figure out a way of actually being able to cost the implications of these designations. For example, for cement and for steel, given the TTI's intention to then further issue designations in the infrastructure space. To this end, Minister Mainia then asked our department to basically, on behalf of all of the departments involved in infrastructure, develop a system starting with a database of current costs as far as infrastructure is concerned, and then tracking and monitoring for each of the designated groups, for example, in respect of steel, in respect of cement, whether there's actually an increase in cost. Because we believe, after consultation with our smaller contractors, that there would be such an increase, given that where they get their steel and cement from is being limited by the designations. So this is the content of what Minister Mainia wanted the department to do. And this would then help to also engage with Minister Patel and his team to understand the impact in a Western Cape space, as well as then see to which extent they could use such a tool to also determine the impact in other provinces. Understanding that this designation, as is all other policy decisions, has a monetary effect, and that they wanted a way to accurately determine what that implication would be, and whether that would in fact increase the cost of infrastructure delivery across the province. This is what they wanted to do with this specific tool. Thank you, HOD.
Through you, Chair, to CFO, thank you very much for that feedback. Through you, Chair, to then continue with the other questions that were posed from Member Mvimbi's side. The question around involvement from the public point of view in the budget. No, there is not a direct process where, as we are preparing our budget, we go out and get public comment. I am aware that the Treasury, after preparing the budget and it being tabled, that they usually go through a process of taking the budget to the people, so to speak, if I could put it that way. And then we also have processes from a departmental point of view, whether it's projects. And if I may say, we certainly took, and I'm going to use this as a link to one of the other answers around Blue Dot, that through the Blue Dot program, where the members of the public, both passengers as well as other road users, are able to provide comments on the services that are being rendered, we certainly also brought that into our view and arguments for funding to continue for the Blue Dot pilot, because we were getting a very positive feedback, but also when issues were being raised from a public point of view, it allowed us to then interact with the industry members that are participating in that pilot program. So I do think that that was a very positive way to utilize feedback as a mechanism to try to push for funding for this particular pilot to continue. As it stands, so when we're then asking around PTOG and the operations grant, as it is provided for currently, and the contract that is in place, the interim contract that is in place with Golden Arrow and has been for many years now, that is what the Public Transport Operations Grant funds. And as was said through you, Chair, the point around needing to look at another approach and an option to support the minibus taxi industry is what gave rise to the Blue Dot pilot project. Leveraging, as we previously shared, from our experiences with Red Dot, and what we found was a really positive relationship and interaction with the industry, the view that has been expressed that in general the minibus taxi industry is not supported to the extent that it should in relation to the operations that it provides across our country, not just within the Western Cape. So The pilot project with an incentive program was certainly aimed at being an option to try and test a different model. And we have put that forward to the National Department of Transport and have advocated that they consider this, that this could be a way for us to then expand and bring the minibus taxi industry into a more, let's say, formalized manner of financial support from a government perspective. As Member Mvimbi would know, the National Minister of Transport has spoken at length about subsidization of the minibus taxi industry. And that certainly requires that more funds are brought into the system and or that they reconfigure the manner in which the grants are functioning or considered. So certainly our point was that the blue dot would be a way to bring about this tremendous support to the minibus taxi industry. And of course, because it was something new, it needed to begin with a small number of operators for us to see whether something like this would work, what the benefits could be, make adjustments as we go. And then understanding that in that particular context, it means that if it is beneficial, and by all accounts from our pilot operations to date, we do believe that to be the case, we need to be advocating for its continuation and ultimately for its expansion across the system in terms of all minibus taxi operators. So we will be able to share far more of that detail in that separate briefing. If Blue Dot is not able to continue after the funds that have been allocated and we are unable to secure additional funds, then we are in many respects right back where we started. And I think that it would be a tremendous loss for the overall transport system and for what we believe could be substantial benefits. So as I say, we are very, very positive and do believe and would ask for any support from all role parties, role players, should I say, for the continuation and the support to find alternates and to interact further with national and others to support something like this, not only in the Western Cape, but we believe countrywide. Then the red dot side of things, there was a question. Yes, of course, that was focused, linked to the Department of Health and the services that it required from in response to the pandemic. And as it stands, no funding has been provided for its continuation. The Department of Health has indicated that they have not been provided with sufficient funds in that regard, and therefore Red Dot will need to also come to an end at the end of its contracted period. Understanding, as through you, Chair Member Mvimbi mentioned, that it was put in place for a very specific reason in response to the pandemic, and as things adjust and as we adjust as a society, then we need to conceptualize different aspects of it. Then the point about renovations at Leeuwenhof, I would just need to ask through you, Chair, for the specific reference. Otherwise, I can indicate in what you might have picked up through your Chair to Member Mvimbi, the reference in terms of some funding from a planning point of view, which was to look at whether there's options for us to try to generate some benefit, broader benefit, out of the Leeuwenhof property. There has, of course, been general maintenance work that has happened, and that was completed in this year, and that would be on, the usual sort of maintenance ongoing across various properties. But unless there's a specific area, I would just like to ask through you, Chair, for the point in terms of the budget, so that I'd be able to give a more specific response. The question that was posed about the consultants and seemingly a big budget, a reminder through you, Chair, that this department's delivery model has always been one of a co-source model. In other words, that we have got staff internally, professionals across particularly the infrastructure sectors, but that we also then utilize external consultants for planning and design work. So in particularly the infrastructure space. So there are budgets allocated for consultants for that type of work. There is also what would fit within that ambit for the facility condition assessments and so on that are required to be undertaken by law. So there, it always is that our model is a co-sourced kind of delivery model between both staff as well as then external experts and service providers. Then through you, Chair, moving on to the questions of a member Maseko, the agreement between GABS and the department versus the minibus taxi industry, what they entail. I've touched on that previously, but we can certainly also in that briefing on Blue Dot have a little bit more of a focus through your chair to member Maseko on the interim contract that's in place with Golden Arrow. It's a historical one, and that's for the provision of subsidized public transport services across a particular network of routes and within a specific allocation of a schedule, a timetable for routes that are then subsidized by government. And in comparison to what we've been trying with the Blue Dot as a different approach versus a previous one that members would be aware of, where one of the kind of policy approaches from a national point of view has been to look at that IRT or BRT model, where you bring in both the bus operations plus the minibus taxi operators. But Go George is an example where we had a different approach. But we do believe that Blue Dot is a far more sustainable way to deliver services, as well as then actually providing a far more a nuanced response and support of the minibus taxi industry, rather than trying to bring that and collapse it into the construct of a type of BRT. And that's not to say that they can't work hand in hand, because there is room for that, of course, within the overall planning and detail. Then through you, Chair, excuse me, the final question that member Maseko asked around the alignment with local government, excuse me, that in that particular context, one of the areas that we are working on and driving is the Western Cape infrastructure framework. And then we have started engaging last year with the City of Cape Town about their infrastructure plan, because even though we do still work and on projects, as you mentioned, for example, on Conradi Park and the Better Living Model, as one example, as we interact, we're interacting on a project by project basis, as opposed to necessarily the overall programs. And that then means that if you're working on a project by project basis, if there is a slight delay in one, then that potentially gives a bit of a problem, let's say, to the City of Cape Town for USDG funding, for the flows of the funding, if there's a particular delay. But if we're able to understand the interactions and the planning at a programmatic level that then form parts of that overall infrastructure framework and the overall plan, then I do believe that we would be able to get greater alignment and not just collaboration, but delivery alignment, which I think is particularly what you were mentioning through your chair to member Maseko. So we have started that work last year, and will continue that as well in the year ahead. Through your chair, I hope I have been able to answer the key questions. I would also, if you would give me one moment, like to just ask whether Mr. Ahmed would like to add anything to my previous response regarding the planning and the regulatory aspects from a provincial regulatory entity perspective. Otherwise, I hope I've been able to cover the questions, Chair. Mr. Ahmed, anything from your side?
HOD, thank you. Through you, Chair. I think the HOD has covered it very, very well. Just one additional point from my side. As a department, we've also invested quite a bit in improving our data systems, which in turn, we are able to make available to municipalities or the planning authorities. So they have got a much richer depth of data and information available to make their integrated transport plans more agile, as Member Nkondlo rightly pointed out. So Our systems that we've improved allows us to improve the quality of the integrated transport plans that municipalities then use to give their directives to the PRE. I can also add, again, Chair, through you, that the PRE, because of the improved systems, we do not have any backlogs in operating license applications in this province. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Colleagues, that is the conclusion of the first round of questions. I'm not the judge to determine whether your questions were answered satisfactorily and completely. And I will open the floor for second round of questions if you may have them. Or any possible follow-ups that you may wish to pose based on the responses that you have received. So, colleagues, can I have an indication of any members who'd like to pose additional questions or follow-ups? I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen, Honourable Nkondlu, and then we will take it from there. Honourable van der Westhuizen, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the responses up to now, and from my side, not direct follow-ups. Two questions. The first one deals with the circular issued recently by National Treasury regarding procurement processes, which has been interpreted, it seems to me, differently by various departments. This follows a court case where apparently, the court ruled that some of the, I think it's BEE regulations were unconstitutional or not legal. And I do know that there is a fear from some departments now to go out and procure goods and services. What is this department's view on this issue? As I do know, some other Western Cape departments have even cancelled events, etc., because of this. My second question deals with the backlog in our road infrastructure, and one of the matters raised in the past has been the possibility of joining hands with the private sector. There are, some people that have, let's say, high value developments, and they would like to upgrade the road infrastructure to their property or to that development. I do see that there are even some farmers that, on some of our gravel roads revert to tarring certain sections of those roads. And when I raised that with somebody, I was immediately told that this is illegal. But clearly there is a need for some people to try and improve the road infrastructure in their immediate vicinity, and they are willing to spend money on that. And I'm just wondering if I can get a response on how can we rather enhance and expand on this than to, slam these people with fines and telling them, no, it's illegal, you may not do that. Can't we rather, develop standards for such developments and encourage people then to when they do road upgrades to conform to those standards? And even if this department needs to supervise the standard of the work done, that one can, in this sense, employ private money to improve the road infrastructure in the Western Cape. My impression is that there has been some excitement in the past, even about some of these initiatives, but it seems to have died down. What are the reasons why we're not seeing more of this being utilized in our province? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Nkondlu.
Thank you, Chair. On page 474, just want to understand how much has been allocated for the planning work in Leeuwenhof, and what has necessitated that planning to be carried out. And then, Chair, moving on the receipts and financing, accepting what the HOD raises about the core I'm not sure whether she said co-financing, but the model of usage of consultants, which has been a standard way of operation by the department. I just want to know whether is there any particular sort of measure, wherein as the department, they would be able to say maybe percentage-wise or in terms of ratio, this is the level of consulting work versus our own internal capacity in as far as these projects are concerned, because over time, I'm sure the department would have developed sufficient capacity, in the areas of work that are standard and that they've been doing over years. So is there such a measure in as far as consulting work? And I'm sure this also stems from, I think some years ago, a concern raised by the AG across, and it's not only for me, I'm not necessarily allocating it to this particular department, but I know that the AG has raised a concern by government departments in terms of usage of consultants. And the challenge at times is internal capacity, because sometimes you would have consultants, and HOD, if you can indicate whether as you outsource some of the work, would you say in your department that the internal capacity, particularly of managing, that is, project managing, that those type of consulting services does exist in the department? Because some of the things that one would have seen, I mean, if you speak about general CAPEX projects in the country, particularly if you make reference with state-owned entities, that some of the projects would have been delayed by capacity, to project manage, because you may find and source capacity from outside. But if you do not have internally the capability, of oversighting such, you are then actually managing something that you do not have the technical know-how thereof. And sometimes that runs to sort of cost overruns, delay in project decisions and all of that. So I'm just wanting to understand, I think, that aspect in as far as CAPEX projects are concerned, let alone, Chair, just to understand in actual sense in 493 that if one looks at the consulting, that if one can get the rationale about why does program 1 as administration would need 56 million for consultants versus program 6 under community program, which will need about 2 million for consultants. So one just needs to understand, how is the usage of consultants, as a value addition within the department. And also in 493 and 495, the department will be spending nearly about 3 million on catering and entertainment. Isn't that a bit excessive? Considering that these are some of the things, I think, also learning from the COVID environment, that we've been seeing these sort of items, budget items, actually going down, including, I think, the travel and subsistence. These are some of the things that I think across departments, one have been seeing, good sort of management and actually, cost going down in these areas. And I think enabled, obviously, by the fact that at most we had to sit at home and do work at home. And lastly, Chair, I'm very much interested, because I may not have had the reporting a framework, if it already exists, you know, in terms of the infrastructure project performance, which also Minister Meinir had actually announced in the budget speech that there would be, which is something that is commendable, actually, particularly to us as the legislature, to sort of kept updated, especially both on the catalytic and the general capital projects. But one is interested to know whether already there is a framework on that reporting. Is it still being developed so that we can be able to also include some of the areas, you know, where we would like to get information in as far as the CAPEX project performance is concerned? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Nkondlo. Honourable Vimbi, I think the HUD attempted to solicit more clarity on your question regarding the Lebanon matter. Are you able to specifically reference the concern that you may have?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Needless to say also that I think Honourable Nkondlo elaborated very well on it. It's on page 494.
Okay, good. Thank you. Any other questions, colleagues, that we may have? If not, then I will hand back to the HOD for responses to the new and follow-up questions. Ms. Gooch, over to you.
Thank you very much. I will do my best. I am going to ask if the CFO wouldn't mind to pick up the initial question that was asked regarding the procurement processes and the implications of the National Treasury letters, as well as then a Provincial Treasury circular that has been issued. So if she doesn't mind to perhaps deal with that first, and then I will pick up on the feedback on the other questions that have been posed. Thank you, Chair. Over to the CFO.
Thank you, Chair, through you. So the entire communication from National Treasury stems from the Constitutional Court judgment handed down on the 16th of Feb relating to the constitutionality of the preferential procurement regulations of 2017. And the issue around it was basically that the preferential procurement regulations contained provisions in them that far exceeded the power, so to speak, that it would have had in terms of the original Preferential Procurement Framework Act. In other words, the original Act stated that the intention is to do certain things, amongst others provide for a preferential procurement point system and a threshold value that it would apply to, as well as what they called additional objectives, which was linked to the objectives contained in the RDP. The 2017 regulation then went and included mechanisms for implementing broad-based Black economic empowerment. In other words, in terms of a different piece of legislation not linked to the Preferential Procurement Framework Act. In there were, amongst other things, the designation of local content, which was the previous question. There were pre-qualification mechanisms. There was a compulsory or a discretionary power in relation to allocation of 30% of the total quantum and value of work, where it's feasible to do so. And those things were never provided for in the original Act. This was declared unconstitutional by the Constitutional Court. In fact, the Constitutional Court went so far as to declare the entire regulation unconstitutional. What this has meant is that there was a vacuum in the law, and that brought procurement to a halt, which is why National Treasury issued the original comment or communication indicating that all procurement must be stopped and everything that was issued from a tender point of view prior to the 16th of Feb needs to be evaluated in terms of the 2017 regulation. Then the issue around whether or not they can actually do that, or whether or not it's only the Constitutional Court that can indicate whether the 2017 regulation is still valid, or on which date it became invalid. So retrospectively or prospectively. And for this reason, what the National Treasury then did is to indicate that they will approach the Constitutional Court with a view to get that clarity as a matter of urgency. And secondly, what they will do is publish an interim regulation for public comment and to push that through the system. The interim regulation was published last week for comment with a date of the 11th of April as the due dates for all, as the closing date for all comments. And the Treasury, the Provincial Treasury, then went through Cabinet to address the matter of what as a province we would do in relation to the interpretation of what's going on. What they did then in the Cabinet submission is to basically ask that we maintain the status quo, in other words, apply the Regulation 2017, which has been declared unconstitutional, on the condition that what we would do is to not apply any of the particular or specific provisions in it that exceeded the boundaries of the Triple PFA Act of 2000. So that is what they issued. In addition, we agreed as provincial departments that we should apply to the National Treasury and ask for an exemption from the provisions of the Act, given that at the moment there is no threshold values or point system regulated by the National Treasury. And to note that in terms of the Triple PFA, it's only the National Treasury that can regulate those two aspects. And it's because of those two aspects that we cannot actually make up our own systems and then apply it. So for that reason, you would go to the National Treasury to ask for an exemption, as well as to agree with the process that the Western Cape is purporting to implement. And from our department side, this is the view that we're going to follow. I will also be drafting our own exemption letter, although the exemptions will be coordinated by the Provincial Treasury, but just as a matter of record so that we hand this in and clearly indicate then the position from a TTPW point of view as far as this is concerned. I hope that has addressed your question, member. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. Perhaps then to pick up on the other questions that have been posed. As far as the roads questions that were identified, there are opportunities for partnerships with the private sector. And an example of one, if I may, recently we concluded a memorandum of agreement with a group called Witzenberg Properties, so that had formed a group to support the surfacing of one of the gravel roads in the area. It's a 4-kilometer stretch of road. And in that instance, we have actually done the design work. The private sector is going to build it and construct it, and we are going to supervise it and will then also take over the road and maintain it. So as an example, those types of agreements can be put in place. We've got another one within that we've had linked to the Drakenstein municipality, where from a development point of view, a contribution was provided through the municipality. So there are possibilities that do exist with the private sector, with the farmers and others, on the basis that there are agreements put in place. And the reason for that is to look at the aspects around liability and risk, because of course, as the road authority, should something occur on that particular road, we would be the first port of call for a claim against the state or to be sued if there was something wrong. So it needs to be done in terms of an agreement with us as the Roads Authority, and those opportunities do exist, and we are certainly open to them. So we would, as you say, be open if anybody wants to knock on the door for that type of interaction and to work together. Then through you, Chair, the next question, moving on to Member Nkonhlo's questions regarding Leeuwenhof. So the allocations in terms of that specific amount that was put there, my team have sent me a message to indicate that it was it's allocated across the 3 years. It was 700,000 in 1 year. In terms of the earmarked funding, 859 and then 850, and the question of what is it for, what kind of necessitated this. So there's questions posed from the Premier to us as the custodian of the property around potential future utilization. So that includes things like we would need to look at traffic impact assessments, understanding the impact. Can that property be used for other purposes, and look at the zoning implications for it? So if you're wanting to, this current limitation is you can only have a home office, but if across that site you actually want to locate some office functions, it needs to be zoned accordingly. You would need to go through all of the necessary planning processes. So what are the potential opportunities so that from a usage point of view, that estate could be used to a greater benefit and for allowing more people to interact and access the property. So that will require some planning work, and that's why funds have been specifically indicated for that. Then to pick up on the questions around the co-sourcing model and the utilization of consultants, and is there a particular ratio or percentage? There isn't really, because it also does depend on the projects and the number of projects. And of course, if we're getting more pressure to deliver more work, that means that we can't just expand our staff establishment. And again, you then bring in external consultants to augment the capacity. Yes, you are right that you have to manage it, and you do therefore have to have the capability to properly manage the external teams to hold them to account for the work that is done. So what is important in an infrastructure space is to remember that the consultants, the professional service providers that are appointed to do the design work, oversee the construction on site and so on, and provide that kind of assistance, all have professional indemnity insurance and liability insurance, which of course our staff don't. They may be professionally registered, but staff don't hold professional liability insurance. So that is one thing that comes to the fore and is brought into the construction space when you're looking at what's called consultants, but remembering that's within the infrastructure environment, and the cost overall is then, I think the correct term is capitalized and brought into the overall cost of the delivery of that project. There are other provisions within the consultant allocation, which is from a management point of view. So that's to assist in some of that management capacity where, for example, we want to buy in a program or project manager to specifically assist with delivering projects. And then when you've looked at the comparison, for example, between Program 1 and Program 6, in Program 1, what sits under the consultants' budget allocations is the preparation of the Provincial Land Transport Framework, the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework, the support that we provide to some municipalities for integrated transport plans. So not all funds are transferred to the municipalities. Some are actually procured by us. The consultants are procured by us and then made available to the municipalities, because some of the municipalities have indicated that they don't have the ability from that procurement point of view. So they require that support. So that budget also sits there within that Program 1 space. There is also a provision in there, you would have heard when the Minister spoke originally around futures thinking, that we have a partnership with the Institute for Futures Research linked through the University of Stellenbosch, and that triple helix model around futures thinking, complexity science, and the support being provided to our department, some training elements, etc. That's all captured within that particular budget provision. In Program 6, the consultant allocations there are supporting the empowerment impact assessments and the work and the assessments that are being done. But there has been over time also a focus on our staff being able to be skilled and upskilled to be able to do some of that work, because that's an ongoing area of work as opposed to something that has a particular product at a particular point in time, for example, in comparison to program 1 that I've mentioned. So there are again differences within it. And without a doubt, a department does have to have internal capability to oversee the work that's being done. But certainly for the amount of work that we have to get through and deliver, there is no way that our own professionals will be able to do all of the planning and the design work and so on themselves. We do have to use external consultants to do that, particularly in the infrastructure space. And that, of course, supports a different part of the economy, a different grouping of the economy, whether it's quantity surveyors and others. Then the question about the catering item, and of course, in the year that's coming ahead, the provision is far lower compared to previous years, where you would have seen that was because of the Q&I provisions. And in the main, where this is directed is to support particularly catering for the training programs, our contractor training programs and others. This isn't, I can assure you, catering for an internal meeting. So it's generally provided from that external point of view, where we've got full day sessions or most of the day type of sessions, and that's what the catering is directed to, and a number of our other kind of training programs through various parts of the department. Then I apologize for having omitted the question about the reporting framework. Certainly, there is already a report that the Treasury produces with inputs from various departments around infrastructure. I am uncertain as to whether the Treasury, in relation to the Minister of Finance's comments and the inclusion in his budget speech, whether they have in mind a particular format already for the various standing committees. If they do that, that hasn't been shared with me. But I am aware that there are reports that are currently produced from an internal basis in terms of the work and keeping an eye on the delivery of various programs. So I'm sure that the Treasury will be formulating and considering what that framework of reporting is going to be to the various standing committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD, and thank you, Ms. Smith, for your responses. Colleagues, I could inquire, Honourable Nkondlo, is that a new hand or is it a legacy hand? Okay, thank you. It seems as to me that it was a legacy hand. Colleagues, finally, a final round of questions or follow-up if you have any. Okay, once, think twice. Thank you. We're now at that stage where I am going to ascertain whether we have any questions from the members of the public who may be on the platform that would like to pose those questions to the panel or to the committee. I see there's a question. Johan, you have any? I recognize the Sanko that has indicated their desire to pose a question. Johan, do we have any other members of the public who have indicated their desire to pose a question to this committee?
Chairperson, nobody at this point in time.
Okay. In that case, I recognize the member of Sanko, sorry. Can you please identify yourself and then pose your question? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Bulelwa Mayende. I am the representative of Sanko coming from Danu. Chairperson, allow me to share dissatisfaction in the manner in which we are being treated, in particularly the poor of the poorest. And to me, it seems as if we keep on being undermined, or our rights are continuously being undermined. Chairperson, I wish to highlight to you that as SANCO, we find it very disturbing from Danun in particular, that during the budget speech, an issue of the manner in which the budget is spent, that it is meant to give hope to people who do not have jobs, whom also feel unsafe. But while in the same breath, Chairperson, people ending up not getting to the areas, in particular residents of Danun, where they're supposed to be going and seeking employment opportunities, due to the fact that their taxis or their vans that are ferrying them are being impounded day by day. It is shocking to me, Chairperson, that Mr. Yusuf just said here in this meeting that there are no backlogs in the PRE, whereas where I'm sitting, Chairperson, I have evidence that we have 57 permits that are still sitting in the PRE from Danun Taxi Association. It is for that reason, my Chairperson, that we felt that we cannot keep quiet. We need to form part of this debate, so that our pleas and our appeals can at least be listened to. It is not good at all, my Chairperson. We wish to say to the Department of Transport, in particular the committee, please make sure that you open your eyes and ears so that our request can be listened to. I like it when my Chairperson, when the budget was tabled, when it was said we want to get up and go out, we really were looking forward to this committee to get up so that they can go out. So that they can go out. Sorry, my Chairperson, something is not right here. I think it's network. On that note, my Chairperson, we wish that our voices can be heard, and we would like, Chairperson, due to time constraints, to submit our views formally so, and would like to be given an email address where as SANCO we can be able to submit. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Kalewe, for your contribution. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution, Ms. Kalewe. We will provide you with the necessary contact details of our procedural officer, and you can send whatever information you need to send via him. But I'll give, there's a second contribution from SANCO, not SANCO, the Noon Taxi Association. Then they want to make a contribution to the meeting, and then we take it from there. Please identify yourself. Is that the Noon Taxi Association indicated? Okay, seems as if there's network problems possibly. Anyway, thank you. I'm going to ask you.
Hi, good Chairman.
There's an echo on your side, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Hello, yes. Sir.
Yes, can hear you.
Oh, okay. Briefly, man, there's a slightly challenge from my side on the network.
It looks like it is. Can you identify yourself, please?
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Can you identify yourself and then make your point?
Okay, I just got a slightly bulletin that I wanted to raise from Danone Taxi Association with regards to the permit routes.
Yeah. Please,
Hello?
please go ahead. So identify yourself and then raise your point.
You know?
Can you hear me, sir? Can you make your point? Hello, we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Can hear you now, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There was a slight challenge from my side. My name is Soyiso Kokiwe. I am the General Secretary for Danone Taxi Association. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've got a slightly challenge when it comes to the backlog from the site. I've got a number of highlights that I wanted to put in place here with you from this part. Is it possible maybe I can get your email so that I forward you, or maybe I can put some highlights on?
Yeah, no, sir, you can put highlights on, and then you can email the complete concerns that you may have to our procedural officer, and we will provide you with that information.
Okay, we here refer to the following issues of the demand for the minibus taxi service in Danone, more particularly on the following. New routes where there were no minibus taxi even before the introduction of my city bus service in and around Danone. The 1.2, the routes which are my city affected, but there is no my city bus operating since the my city project commenced. I just wanted to get clear here. Okay, the bulletin 1.3, my city affected routes where there is my city bus, but the demand and the preference of passengers based on survey performed show that there is a serious need for minibus taxi service from Danone Taxi Rank. And on 1.4, renewal of the existing long distance OLBs. It was resolved that the point number 14 was going to be attended immediately by the Provincial Department of Transport, where I regret to inform you that till today, we have long distance permits that are still withheld by the PRI. So I'm referring back to what the PRI said, that they don't have any backlog from their side. In addition, point 1.3, we were given an indication that there would be challenges with getting the relevant mayoral committee, the council, to improve the issuing of OLB, because the idea is not to have a minibus taxi running parallel to a city bus, where we indicated that we understand that position, but advised that we still think it would be prudent to issue minibus taxi service in and around Danone. Regarding parallel 1.1 and 1.2, we were advised that the city of Cape Town will approach the council to secure a resolution authorizing the city of Cape Town to support issuing of OLBs for the routes referred to in paragraph 1.1 and 1.2. I must say it was disappointing to informing you that such a resolution were never implemented. Instead, we find ourselves being fooled by government officials, both City of Cape Town and the PRI. We have submitted and complied as requested. Lastly, by the PRA, yet we still do not know the status of the new routes application that were submitted in November 2021. Having said that, the above, we seek an urgent intervention from the Provincial Department of Transporting regarding the process or the progress made by both City of Cape Town and the PRI. We wish to inform you that we are not going to fold our arms until we get what is due to us. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Kuniwe, for your...
It's very complicated to pronounce my name. I do understand.
Okay, sorry. My apologies. Thank you, sir. Thank you, General Secretary, for your comments and concerns that you've expressed. From both Sanko and the tax association, your concern doesn't directly relate to the budget itself, but I think there are necessary concerns that need to be responded to. So what I will do, I'm going to just, if the department wish to respond to some of your concerns that you've expressed, I will give them an opportunity to do so. But I would encourage you also to submit those full memorandum and concerns that you may have to our procedural officer, and that is Mr. Johan Kutsia, and I'm sure he can provide you with the necessary contact details, and then we will take it from there. But I'm going to offer the department an opportunity to respond if they are in a position to do so, although the matter raised does not directly relate to is linked to the budget. So, Ms. Gooch, if you wish to, who is that?
Chair, it's Dalen.
Oh, the Minister. Okay, sorry, Minister. Yes, Minister, you may please proceed.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. I would like to make a suggestion that we get, if it can be communicated to my office, the concerns as raised. I know I have a scheduled meeting with the Noon Taxi Association on the 22nd of March, and I would imagine that part of that meeting will be directly to address some of these concerns, taking into account that it's across government where concerns are raised from the local municipality and the provincial government. So if I can then make that suggestion, I want to on the record state that I absolutely value this kind of engagement, and when there's concerns raised, to use the relevant platforms to do so. So thank you very, very much for those concerns raised. But I do think that, especially because we are connected virtually, that some of the comments made could have been lost due to connectivity. But if we could please get that in writing, and then for my meeting with the Dunoon Taxi Association as scheduled on the 22nd, the department and myself will then be able to direct and assist the association, bearing in mind that some of these concerns are not directly linked to the provincial department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Noiso, Mr. General Secretary, you want to see you raise your hand. From our side, thank you, Minister, for the intervention that you have made and the commitment that you have made. So, Noiso, General Secretary,
No, I just wanted to pass my thanking to our general, especially on this comment that he gave now. Then I'm going to meet him by the date that we have proposed to meet. Then I will outline detail as we intend to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Secretary. Can I also ask you to submit those concerns that you've raised to our procedural officer, Jan Kutse? I think he has put up his email address on the screen, and then we can also make sure that it gets to the Minister's office for his consider attention for your meeting.
Okay, no, that I'll do. I'll just check the email, then I'll send through.
Okay, Minister.
Apologies, Chair. I tried to. I don't seem to have the function to type in the chat box, but I was going to put my email address on. If the procedural officer can then also just share that, if that's needed. Thank you, Chair.
For sure. Thank you, Minister. Okay, colleagues. Thank you, General Secretary. Thank you, Ms. Galewe, for your comments. Are there any other members of the public who would like, on the platform, would like to raise a matter that pertains to the budget or anything that is of concern to you? Once, twice. Thank you so much. Colleagues, that brings us to the end of our deliberations with regard to the appropriation bill, Western Cape Appropriation Bill, vote 10, and afford me the opportunity to thank you for the robustness of your engagement with the department, and conversely, I'd like to thank the department and the officials for their ability and willingness and to respond to your questions, which is very often that we might not feel that our concerns and questions were addressed adequately, but I think that with ongoing engagement with the department, what may seems to be unclear to us may become clearer as the process of the rollout of the various programs is unfolding. We gain greater insight into the logic behind the various allocations. So compiling a budget requires teamwork and a lot of work coming on many months. So for the many other officials who were part of the process, who may not be known to us or always visible, on behalf of the committee, we'd like to thank you also for your contribution to making all the cogs in this sort of very complex machinery that has a huge budget and where there's lots of complexities in delivering the service. From the committee side, we wish to thank you for your continued hard work and commitment. And then from the minister's side, thank you, Minister, for your leadership in terms of ensuring that the mandate is being carried out by the department, and also from the HOD, your leadership is unparalleled in terms of how you lead this department. So from my side and from the committee side, wish you well. It's going to be very difficult here. There's lots of unpredictable elements that is permeating our macro environment, and within those sort of contexts, you will have to execute this budget, and we wish you well, and we thank you for your continued commitment. With that, I'm going to ask the HOD if you have any closing remarks you'd like to make, and then I'll ask the Minister if he has any closing remarks. In that order, Ms. Gooch, if you have any closing remarks you'd like to make, you may do so.
Chair, perhaps just from my side to you and to the committee members, thank you very much for the opportunity this morning. I do think there are a lot of areas within the department where we could benefit from detailed interactions with the committee, and certainly are open to that, to provide as much information as we can and that we have available at that point in time. So from my side to you, I also would like to appreciate the manner in which you engage with us as a department, the questions that you pose, and certainly shows your interest and dedication as well as a committee. And if I may take the opportunity through you, Chair, just to also say thank you very much to the MEC for his leadership and for his support, as well as to the members of the department, both on the call and those who are not able to necessarily join us, but who may be linking in. I do sincerely appreciate everything that you do and all of your commitment to be able to achieve what it is that this department does. It wouldn't be possible without you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Minister, the last word goes to you. If there's anything you'd like to conclude with and leave us with, then we'll much appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Chair. Thank you to you and the committee for the opportunity to engage and deliberate on the budget. Chair, I think it will be remiss of me not to acknowledge the amount of work between the CFO and the HOD and the various members of the department to put together a well-balanced budget in very, very difficult fiscal constraints and the situation that we're facing. So on behalf of myself, thank you very, very, very much for the work that went into putting this budget together. And then to everyone, just to echo the HOD's words, every staff member in this department, thank you for the contribution that you make on a daily basis. Thank you for always putting the citizens of this province at the center of every decision. And thank you for the work that has already gone in, and for the new financial year. Let's just go out and do even better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. So, colleagues, we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes, during which time the department officials and other guests may exit our meeting. Then we will return in 15 minutes time, that is 11:45. And then we will consider the reports and other matters that I'd like to engage the committee members with. So with that, colleagues, the meeting is adjourned for 15 minutes, during which time our guests and other officials will leave the meeting, and then we will consider the two reports and also other matters that I'd like to bring to your attention. Thank you all, and have a lovely day, and let it be productive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
It is now 11:45 as we have indicated that we will resume our meeting. So could I just have an indication if we still curated all the members present? Honourable Mvumbi, are you present?
Yes, Chairperson.
Honourable van der Westhuizen?
Eat.
Honourable Maseko?
Honorable Maseko is present always, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable Nkondlu? Present? Okay, needless to say, we are curated, so we will continue. So colleagues, this part of the meeting firstly, we will deal with two reports, one being the adjustment appropriation bill, and then we will have the Western Cape appropriation bill. These two reports are going to be dealt with separately, and we will consider them separately as well. And then thereafter, we are going to look at the Western Cape Transport Amendment Bill, Western Cape Provincial Transport Infrastructure Bill. We have new members that joined the committee, and we will chart the way forward in regard to that particular bill. But before we go on to that particular one, let's just deal with the reports first, and then we will consider that the way forward with regard to that bill. So on the screen, thank you, Johan. On the screen, we have the Western Cape Additional Adjustment Appropriation Bill. That's with regard to the additional appropriation to the Department of Transport and Public Works. We have deliberated upon it. We have a presentation by the department as to how that appropriation will be sort of appropriated. And this is a report in relation to that additional adjustment bill. And I read the report of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works on vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Additional Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2, 2020-2022 financial year, B1/2020, dated 16 March 2020 as follows. The Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works, having deliberated on the subject of vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Additional Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2021/22 financial year, B1/2022, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188. Reports that it supports the vote or do not support the vote. Can I have an indication from the members of the committee how we should deal with this? Do we support or do we not support the vote? I recognize Honourable van der Westhuizen and then Honourable Maseko.
Chair, I propose that we support the vote and therefore also want to propose that we adopt this report.
Honourable Maseko.
Chair, I second Honourable van der Westhuizen in the support of the vote and also the adoption of the report.
Any other? I see Honourable Nkondlu. Honourable Honorable Kondlu.
Thank you, Chair. As
Yes.
the ANC, according to Rule 90, we reserve our right to raise our view in the debate in the House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Mvambi, you wanted to say something?
Seconded, Honorable Nkondlo.
Okay, good. Jan, can you bring about that sort of addition to the report?
Chairperson, I will do so. I just want to get clarity. Is that in terms of Rule 90 that the African National Congress then expressed their minority view that it does not support the vote? Am I correct?
That it reserve its right is that correct? If I
Yes, we reserve the right to engage in the debate.
We would. I need to determine
reference a rule.
Yeah, whether they support the vote or not support the vote. They are going to take part in the debate. We would not necessarily include that into the
in the report.
Chairperson, to make your work easy, it's a minority view in terms of Rule 90.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Honorable Mvambi. So in effect, that you don't express a minority view that you don't support the vote.
Chair, if I may, I don't know whether you can see my hand.
I see.
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chair, I presume, no, not presume. I recall that one has got three options during a vote. The first is to support. The second is not to support, and the three is to abstain. And my impression from what I gathered from our colleagues is that they prefer to abstain at this stage and therefore don't want to express either support or non-support for this 43 million rand additional budget.
Okay, then I have Johan van der Vermeulen.
Let us speak for ourselves, Chair, so that we are not misrepresented.
Sure. Okay. Fine.
As per rule, standing Rule 90, the African National Congress express its minority view not to support the vote.
Okay. Right. Thank you. Thank you. So that deals with that matter, and it addresses the concern that senior procedural officer Johan Vermeulen may have had. Thank you. Okay. There is a motion, or there's a mover that the report as it is adopted by Honourable Van der Westhuizen and seconded by Honourable Maseko. Is it still relevant? You still stick to it?
Indeed, thank you. With the amendments, I'm happy to propose.
Chair.
Okay, so therefore, colleagues, the adopted report reads as follows. A report of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works on Vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Additional Adjustment Appropriation Bill, open brackets 2021/22 dash financial year, open parenthesis B /1/2022 close parenthesis, dated 16 March 2020 as follows, colon. The Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works, having deliberated on the subject of Vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Additional Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2021/22 financial year, B 1/2022 referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote. In accordance with Standing Rule 90, the African National Congress expressed its minority view that it does not support the vote. And that is report dated 16th of March 2021. Thank you, colleagues. Honourable Mkondlu, is that the legacy hand? Okay, thank you, Johan. Can you put up the, there's a second report that relates to the main budget. So the content is relatively the same as the previous one, with the difference that it's the reference to the schedule being the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, we either support the vote or don't support the vote. Can I have an indication as to which direction we're going? Honourable van der Westhuizen, is it?
Thank you, Chair. I again would like to propose that this committee supports the vote and that we adopt the report stating such. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Maseko, I recognise you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I second that we support the vote and also we adopt the report.
Thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable Mvambi, I recognise you.
We express our view, Chairperson, in terms of Rule 90 as a minority view not to support the vote.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mvambi. Okay, so the report that we are considering will read as follows. The report of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works on Vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation Bill, parenthesis B/2/2020, dated 16 March 2022, as follows, The Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works, having deliberated on the subject of Vote 10, Transport and Public Works, in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation Bill B/2/2020, referred to the committee in accordance with Standing Rule 188, reports that it supports the vote. In accordance with Standing Rule 90, the African National Congress expressed its minority view that it does not support the vote, dated 16 March 2020. Honourable Mvambi, is that legacy hand?
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mvambi. So there was a view expressed that we support the report. It was seconded by Honourable Maseko, and I'd like to thank the members for their participation and deliberations on these two special votes that will set the agenda for service delivery in the Western Cape for the next financial year. Colleagues, then there's another matter that I'd like to bring to your attention, and that being that we have a new member on our committee that is not familiar with the operations of the committee in last year. And what we have initiated so far, we initiated the, was introduced, Johan, can you, let's deal with that quickly. The Western Cape Provincial Transport Infrastructure Bill B5/2021. Now, it's been months ago that we have had any sort of engagements and deliberations on this particular bill. So, noting that Honourable Maseko joined our committee this year, and she will also have to engage with the content of the bill, and I have considered it prudent to invite the department again at our very first available committee meeting to make a presentation on the bill again to us, and once again to call on public participation process to solicit the views of stakeholders and members of the public out there in terms of their views on the bill, and then we will consider all of those when we meet with the department at a particular date that I think would be the 10th of May. Yeah, I just recognize Honourable Maseko quickly before I proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I just want to find out and appreciate your indulgence in calling the department back to engage about this Western Cape Provincial Transport Infrastructure Bill. Just want to find out, one, is it not going to delay your process that you have in hand for your public hearings and any other matter that has to do with this bill? And if that's the case, I'm comfortable with and trusting my colleagues that we can have a study group that I can get the clarity and maybe ask those questions that I can always. I know the department, the HOD is always available if I can send it in writing to ask some of the questions, and she will do that. Then you don't have to delay the process of running that bill, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honourable Maseko. Honourable van der Westhuizen, I recognize you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I recall that I've had some questions regarding certain aspects of the bill when it was first presented to this committee, and I'm particularly referring to signage along roads. You know, we do find that many farms have got signs indicating the names of farms, etc. Now, according to this bill and my interpretation of it, all signage in future will have to be approved by province, and people will have to prove that they've previously received permission to erect signage along roads. Now, you know, in the past, people never applied for that right. So I'm really concerned that if this bill is going to be adopted in its current form, that, you know, all farm names currently along our roads will be deemed to be illegal. And what I would like to do is for us to adopt legislation that is not enforceable, etc. So I'm just wondering, would I be able to submit certain aspects that I find problematic through you to the department, so that when they appear in front of us again, that, you know, we would be able to get their responses on how are they going to handle this, or what is the, you know, otherwise we should need a definition of what signage means in terms of you know, inclusion in the bill. So there are aspects such as that I recall from last year's engagement really, you know, caused some questions in my mind, questions which I would like to have cleared before we you know, can go over to really deliberate and vote on the bill. So would it be possible to perhaps take one step forward and already ask the department, once our new member has also gone through the bill, to submit these aspects that we require some, sorry for the English, clearing up or some explanation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Can I just ask Honourable Johan Coetzee, last year we solicited public engagement. I think that we have placed adverts in the paper. Did we get any responses from it? Can you just update us quickly?
Chairperson, yes, just for record purposes, we in fact have two new members. Mr. August from the Good Party is also a new member to the committee, who hasn't yet been exposed to the bill. Chairperson, there was a decision taken that the committee will conduct 4 public hearings and that we obviously would place the adverts in the newspaper. But due to circumstances, that was never done. So where it is at the moment is the committee need to indicate to me whether they still want to do 4 public hearings, whether the committee wants to advertise, ask for written comments, indication whether there are people that wish to make oral input or oral submissions, and upon the response from that advert, we can then proceed. In the meantime, the department can do a refresher briefing to the committee members on the bill while the advert is running and while we're getting some comments in. We are going into quite a lengthy constituency period. So while we get that comments, the department can work through it and also reply to those comments on the advert. So that's where we are at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So we haven't placed adverts yet for the public participation.
No advert was placed yet.
Okay, so that's an imperative. We have to do that, of course. So we need to consider, of course, now the advert that needs to be placed, and need to consider the publications that we wish to have those adverts placed, and then we can take a decision here also. There was a provisional sort of desire expressed that we held 4 public hearings, one being in Bito, I think, or Knysna, somewhere there in Bito, I think, and Vredendal, I think, and Cape Winelands and the city of Cape Town, I think. Not too sure the exact locations. Whether we will continue with those public hearings or whether we will reduce the number of public hearings. I think, I mean, it's a provincial bill. I think it is a very important bill, and we should not limit the opportunity for members of the public to engage with the content of the bill, and because once we adopt it, it's going to be applicable to all in the Western Cape. Johan?
Chair, can I flight the advertisement?
Yeah, before you flight the advertisement, can I just have the view of the members in terms of what you have stated now and my comments on that? Honourable van der Westhuizen?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it would be fantastic if we could get the advertisement out as soon as possible, particularly as Mr. Coetzee has indicated that we are going into a constituency period, and, you know, so that we allow enough time for the public to comment on the bill. I also agree that we do not need to have that many physical public engagements as was previously indicated. And I would like to propose that we as a committee, delegate it to yourselves and in coordination with Mr. Kutsia to determine, you know, in terms of the budget available, etc., which of the newspapers will reach the widest population in the Western Cape. Also to put it onto the Western Cape's social media platforms, etc., and so that we can proceed with this advertisement and not delay the process any further. I see the first engagement last year, it seems to me, has been in August. So we have lost, you know, already about 7 months in dealing with this bill. And you know, as we want to be seen as a parliament that is effective and that deals decisively with, you know, matters, I would propose that we don't delay the process any more than is required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Seku.
Chair, now I think it's important that I understand this bill. I get that engagement that you were suggesting for me and Member August, because to me, look, public hearing is important. I'm always feeling uncomfortable if we say we don't have to. You know, if we put that word sentence in public hearing, it might bite us on, okay, I'm not going to say the word, you get the meaning. So it's better if I understand the bill so that I can also contribute to the standing committee whether we are going to go all out or we are going to limit to just depend on the social media. Because one of the things that I think I've learned this morning of listening to the contribution of the Danun Association and the Santaco is the transport is a very, very important and can be controversial and can be unsettling if consultation didn't happen accordingly. So we need to also, unless the bill, after I see the bill also and become part of the understanding of the other members, you members, of what does it entail, then it's going to be easier for me to say, yeah, not so many public hearings, or no, I feel we have to have so many. So I will take a cue from both of you and Member Andrikas van der Westhuizen, knowing that you've got always best interest of our communities out there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Seku. Honourable Bumbi, you have anything to add?
No, I'm fine, Chairperson.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So what we're going to do, we're going to place the ad on the mediums that you express, and we would place it in a regional, not necessarily a regional newspaper, but my suggestion would be either the Cape Argus, Cape Times, the Burger, the Voice, and in one of our vernacular languages that is widely spread. We can, so that we can reach a wide as possible audience. I think it's a City Vision. I don't know, but we need to try to reach as wide as possible audience. And then also we will need to have our public hearings. We have to reconsider the proposal we have taken the last time in Bito. I don't think that we should have a public hearing in Bito, for example. My apologies, Honourable Mvumbi, but I think
we'll welcome you, Chairperson.
Perhaps in George, we would be definitely in the city, and if need be, what members may decide somewhere else. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I just say, we can have as many public meetings all over the province. The problem is that you still exclude the majority of people because people can't travel more than 50, 100 kilometers to attend such an engagement. And that is why I really believe we should consider online engagements as well, or the possibility to, submit also via other means. We haven't had much success with the WhatsApp messages, but that people would be able to write to us, etc., as per usual. Perhaps I can just ask, I have in front of me a copy of the Government Gazette of the 20th of July 2021, in which the bill was published for general information, and where the public was also invited to comment by the 18th of August 2021 to the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works, Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Attention, Mr. J. Coetzee. Now, I presume that deals then with the fact that it needs to be in a provincial gazette, and that what is still lacking is the advertisements only in the general newspapers. But perhaps Mr. Coetzee could just inform us how this advertisement of 2021 speaks to our current process. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable, for the conversation. I think we've been exposed, what you're saying, we've been exposed to a new way of engaging people. So I would imagine that our public participation process and engagement, if it's going to be physical, it will also be hybrid, of course, so that we can engage as many people as possible. But before I give to Mr. Coetzee to flight to add and to speak to the question raised by Honourable van der Westhuizen, I give it to Honourable Maseko to
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to flag something. We are exposed to the visual, your hybrid. We've got accessibility or we are privileged to have the devices. There are some of our communities out there that cannot afford the data. They cannot afford the devices that we use. They don't have a clue what is Teams, for that matter. So that means it will be a privilege to the few that understand and knows that. We are not at the space where you can say Auntie Poppy in Langsbeck can be on the Teams to contribute or to come and participate in the public hearing, unless we go to Auntie Poppy to say that here's the platform, please come and tell us what is your view about this bill. So we need to be careful in that we still have to get until we are sure that each and every household understand the importance of the fourth industrial revolution. That means that technology, and we make the data affordable to our communities. We cannot deroll from that responsibility of going to our communities and say that there's a new platform. So we need to be careful to get that balance of who will contribute to this, and then the target stakeholders, who are they, and then how are they going to contribute. Thank you, Chair. That's my 5 cents of thinking.
No, absolutely, it's worth 10 cents, Honourable Maseko. I agree with you completely. So therefore, we will have public hearings, and we need to, and we will never be able to reach everybody with whatever means we decide upon. We simply just don't have the required resources to do that, and it will take an infinite amount of time for us to try to attempt to reach us 80% of the people in the Western Cape. So we will have public hearings, and we will have the advert flights in the commercial newspapers, and then we will have call the department back just to give us a refresher update in terms of the bill, and then we need to process the bill as quickly as possible thereafter. We need to decide now in terms of public hearings as to how many we're going to have and where we're going to have it. We need to make that decision today, because then we can put processes in place so that we could do that. We cannot decide this in a month's time. We need to decide today. So my suggestion, we will definitely have 1 year in the metro. And then I think the garden route is a very important transport node, particularly with Go George and you know, the size of the area. So I would suggest we do George, of course, and then we can decide if any other place that we need to go to. I think we should have at least 3.
Chair, if we can have also, so we have the city. I agree, we have the George. I agree, we need to have one on the N1 side and they have one on the N7 side. So if we can, we got the Saldanha, I desire that it's also Saldanha, the way we can go. And then maybe if I can say the line of your, whether being your Langsberg, Beaufort or the, I don't know, but on this N1, we need to have one also that can, we can cover all those roads that are there. I think it will be easier maybe for some to come to contribute there. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Kondlu?
No, thanks, Chair. I fully support Member Maseko, and I think on the N1, I was gonna actually support suggest the Elainsburg Beaufort West, given that one is an interchange, and also it's important to consider. I think some of the rural transport issues. So I would support the Elainsburg. Beaufort West, and then the West Coast, given its economic activity with the ITZ, which also links the Atlantis SEZ in terms of the N7. So thanks for those.
Okay, thank you. So that's what we need to do, and we will put the logistical processes in motion, and then when we do meet, and then we compile the program for consideration at our next meeting, we have a good idea as to where we will be going. So Johan, can you flag the advertisement, and then we can just approve it and decide on which newspapers it need to be sort of assigned to?
There you go, Chairperson. What I will have to amend this advert a little bit to make provision for, which I now take is still 4 public hearings, to include it into the advert.
Yes.
This advert as it is, Chair, especially this program, is calling for interested persons, organizations, to submit written submissions or to make oral submissions by sending a voice clip on the WhatsApp number, which I will then include. Interested parties may also request to appear before the committee to make oral submissions, and there we can utilize municipalities and set up Teams links with the committee. So it does not necessarily have to be in person, but we can do it, say, via municipalities on a Teams platform. But I will then just amend the advertisement then to make provision for the public hearings in George, Cape Town, Saldanha, and Laingsburg.
Yes. Honorable Maseko, is that the legacy hand?
No, it's not the legacy hand, Chair. I was going to say that, Chair, we trust you with this responsibility. You and Mr. Johan Coutier, you make a main team in navigating this ship of the standing committee, and we know that that advert will really reflect what we talked about to us going there in person, and also the IT connection where we find where people are not going to be able to join us wherever we will be. So can we leave that with you in agreement with the other members that you will attend to that, and then the advert will be out per the date that you anticipate that will happen?
Thank you, Honorable Mseko. Honorable Kondlo, is at the legacy hand? Okay, thank you. So the ads will be placed in the suggested newspapers. We need to decide whether it's going to be the Cape Times, the Argus, the Burger, and City Vision and the Voice. Would that be not the Cape Times or the Argus, City Vision, the Voice, and the Burger? Right. Does it find favor with?
Chair, can we have that local paper, Saldanha local paper, George, local paper, Beaufort West also?
Yes. Oh, because it's going to be expensive. Yeah, where the public hearings are going to be held, of course. So certainly in the George Herald, and also in the newspaper in Saldanha Bay, of course. And of course, here we have the city. Okay, Johan? We just have to find the budget for it.
Yeah, Chair. Okay, so Chair, we will do the Burger, Cape Argus. We'll do the Voice, City Vision, and then the local newspapers in the George, Saldanha, and Laingsburg areas.
There's no newspaper in Laingsburg.
Yeah, well, the regional paper that appears there. I'll see which one it is then.
Okay, good.
Is that the committee's? Okay.
All good. Thank you. Yeah, and that concludes. And then we will schedule as the earliest convenience the refresher briefing of the department, and but we will populate the program and circulate it amongst members so that we could get a sense of as to when what part of the process will kick in. Honorable Kondlo?
No, sorry, Chair, to raise my hand whilst you were concluding, because I wanted to ask if Johan can also consider an electronic poster for the public hearings that in all official languages of the Western Cape, because it helps. I think majority of people are on WhatsApp, so it helps to have that, and then send to us, and we can circulate through our constituency and stakeholders as part just of informing people. Especially, I like the part that people can also do voice notes and submit if they are unable to actually get into the public hearings physically. Thanks.
Good idea. I think. Thank you. It's a useful, very useful suggestion, Honorable Kondlo. Johan Vermeulen, see your hand.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask if I can maybe respond to Mr. van der Westhuizen's question about the Gazette, I think, before we forget about it.
Yes, please do so.
Okay, just quickly then, Chairperson. Yes, Mr. van der Westhuizen is correct. That bill was gazetted, and it was gazetted in accordance with the standing rules that says that when all bills come to Parliament, the Secretary must gazette those bills for 21 days. So those bills are gazetted, and like Mr. van der Westhuizen said, then that gazette asks for responses to be sent to that particular PO, which is Johan could see in this case, procedural officer, but we have not received any input from that gazette. But it has been gazetted, and now we're at the committee stage, obviously, where it must be publicized in the media that the committee so chooses. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Anne, for that clarification, and it's very useful for us. We're not always conversant with the process. So that's a decision of the committee. Anne and I will populate the program and have it circulated amongst the members for consideration and engagements and so on. We have work to do after this, and that concludes our discussion around this particular matter. I don't know, there's one other item on the agenda, and that is minutes. Jan, is that necessary, because those minutes were not circulated? Is it necessary that we have to adopt it today?
Chair, we don't have to adopt it, but they were circulated. But see that we've got all the members here, we might as well adopt it, Chair.
Can you flag those minutes, please?
I'll get it up quickly, Chair.
Chairperson.
Honourable Mvumbi?
Yes, Chairperson. I don't know where we can actually deal with this. I thought maybe somehow we're going to have an opportunity in view of the budget that we've just looked into and the public that participated thereon and some of the matters that they've actually raised. I was thinking maybe at some point we might even having some form of a resolution where we said maybe we can kind of, as a committee, invite them. I know it was said that some of the issues are going to be sent via email to you and also to the procedural officer. And just by looking at the issues that they were raising, those are the pertinent issues that sometimes lead up to the taxi violence, you know, in one form or the other. It was relating to permit and to routes and so on. And I was thinking maybe at some point we should maybe have a form of a discussion similar to the one that was initiated in our, I think, last year or so, where we were always having an item. If we are not dealing with the issues of the permits or routes, maybe we can invite some of these concerned to address the committee outside of the budget.
So thank you, Honourable Mvumbi. So we will have an opportunity for resolutions just after we have adopted the minutes, and then maybe we could raise it then.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, so this set of minutes relates to the meeting where Prasa made a presentation, and where I was elected as chairperson of the committee. So check your attendance. So yeah, we had myself, Honourable Mseko van der Westhuizen, August, Honourable Konlu were present. So Johan, can you move on to the second page? Okay, any amendments, additions? So any move on, Johan? There's certain resolutions. Just check the resolutions, members. Okay. Right, Alric, that's the last page. Thank you, Johan. So that was the minutes of the meeting that was held at the last meeting. I see Honourable van der Westhuizen, Honourable Mseko. Honourable Mseko?
Chair, I move that we adopt the minutes.
Is a mover that we adopt? Is there a seconder? Honourable van der Westhuizen, I see your hand.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for one or other reason, I do not find a copy of these minutes in my inbox on my computer. And last week, unfortunately, we tried to consider minutes that were not vetted, etc. And I actually said to myself, we shouldn't be caught off guard again by something like that. Can I just ask Mr. Kutsie to confirm from what email address it was sent and when it was sent to us before I express myself?
Okay, thank you, Honourable van der Westhuizen. Honourable Kondlu?
No, Chair, I will follow Member van der Westhuizen's question because I was going to support, but I think it's important to just resolve the circulation of the minutes.
Yeah,
Chairperson, I've emailed it on the 11th of March at 10:01. It went to all the members as well as alternate members. In that email, I also included the MS Teams link. And it was sent to Mr. van der Westhuizen's WCPP mail address as well as his MWeb address. And like I indicated, I've sent it to all the alternate members as well.
Okay, right. So there we have it. Honourable van der Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mr. Kutsie is correct. What we received on the 11th of March is the, can I call it the link or the calendar invite? And I see it was indeed attached to that. Unfortunately, I did miss it. The subject was deliberation on vote 14, local government in the schedule to the Western Cape Appropriation Bill. And I missed it because there was no reference to the minutes.
Yeah,
it was indeed circulated. Mr. Kutsie is correct. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a seconder, Honourable Kondlu. Okay, thank you. So the minutes is duly adopted. Thank you, Honourable Mseko, Honourable Kondlu, van der Westhuizen. And that brings us to the last item on the agenda, that is resolutions. And those were the matters that Honourable Mbambi were referring to. Are there any pressing resolutions that we need to adopt before we adjourn? Honourable Mseko?
Chair, I agree with Member Mbimbi that we have to engage, but if we can get the communication to have that in writing first, so that we can know what are the issues that we are going to talk about, so that we have a structured agenda for the engagement. Because I mean, the taxi industry is a very dynamic, that we mustn't have an agenda that will create the expectation that will never be relieved. So if we have that communication, it will help us to structure it and take one step at a time in trying to deal with some of the issues that was raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Mseko. Honourable Kondlu?
No, thank you, Chair. My interest on this issue, Chair, is mainly on the transport planning or the implication of the population growth to our transport needs. So for me, whether we take the route as Member Maseko or first waiting for the specific, because these are just a particular taxi association matters, I would have wanted a situation where we either request the information from the PRE or we ask them, and have a meeting where they just take us through that as we talk with all other committees about the growth of our population, what are the current transport pressures in the province, and whether the current transport modes that we are currently having are actually better provided for, both in terms of our legislation and regulation, including the issue of permitting. Because I think at this point, linked to what Member Mvimbi is saying, the challenge of the actual demand, for the public for Transport is the one that actually raises this issue of having either the illegal guys on the e-hailing or the illegal guys on the taxi operators. So we just need to be following this particular trend. So for me, I would have wanted that, Chair, where we have just a discussion that gives us the land of play of what is going on in as far as our transport demand and our readiness through the department to actually have an upbeat a regulatory environment, so that in line with what we always talk about red tape, we ensure that there is no unnecessary red tape that actually are clogging our system to enable the commercial viability or commercial interest and opportunities of the transport provision or transport services. So basically that was my issue, Chair, beyond what DTA has asked for.
Okay, gosh. Thank you. The essence of your resolution evolves around the sort of engagement with the department regarding the transport demand, future transport demand, current and future, and its readiness to meet future demand in terms of residents or commuter mobility, and that would include, of course, all modes of transport and not a particular mode of transport. Is that the essence of it? Jan?
Chairperson, yes?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Chairperson, just under the Noon Taxi Association, Minister Mitchell indicated that he's having a discussion with them somewhere in March, 23rd of March, I think. Would it be then good to have, when we do have that interaction with the Noon Taxi Association, that we get the department in as well? Then they could also let us know what transpired from their discussion.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, so okay, fine. We then can combine the two matters that is being sort of resolved. So instead of requesting a communication, we could request the department to engage with in the form, whatever form, physically, of course, or whatever, deals with the essence of Honourable Kondlu's concern and resolution in terms of current and future demands, and I think, and what's the strategy of the department to address those kind of sort of demand pressures and where they are, because lots of matters have been sort of initiated by the department and the city also, and certainly we need to be appraised in terms of what, because there's lots of growth in the Western Cape and there's lots of pressure nodes in the province or in the metro, particularly as far as transport needs and infrastructure is concerned, because roads are forever congested. We don't have peak hour periods. We have constant peak hour in certain sort of nodes of the metro in particular. So yeah, it's a good resolution and we need to do that. Thank you, Honourable Kondlu and Honourable Mbambi. We'll do that. Any other resolutions that you may have?
No, Chair, there's no any other resolution.
So, in the absence of any other, thank you, Honourable Maseko, in the absence of any other resolutions, may I use this opportunity, because it's been a long morning for many of us. I'd like to thank the members for your participation and engagement, not only in content, but also in the manner in which you have engaged the department. And like to express my heartfelt thanks also to the support staff, Nfondu, Candice, Shiraz, that's not present with us now, as well as Johan Vermeulen, and in particular Johan Kutsi, who has put all of this together for us today. We will have many of these engagements in the future, and certainly the spirit which always sort of prevailed in our meetings is one of constructiveness and mutual respect. And for that, I am deeply privileged to be amongst you members. Thanks a lot. And with that, have a lovely day, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members.
Bye, my favorite Chairperson.
Dankie, dis baie gaaf van jou.
Thank you, Nomsi. Thanks, Candice.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye.